Mo Qingshan shouted that at such a young age to be worthy of awakening the third grade, the guy is definitely a descendant of Chongmu Ling. The pattern on his forehead is proof of that, a true nugget. In just 10 years of practicing, the guy could reach the Tao and become a deity. Unsurprisingly, the Mo family, couldn't catch him. Mo Fan really surprised the man. If his faithful maid would not have fallen into his hands, I fear now the lad would not be in a similar position. Qingshan asked if the guy would make a deal with him. Let him be sure, as long as he cooperates with him, the man will give a few souls. He said he was releasing him and the maid. As soon as the man touched his forehead, the pattern lit up. Qingshan shouted that he had finally obtained the highest-ranked spiritual pattern in this family's history. He said that, in appearance, this spiritual pattern was beautiful, and it could only belong to Mo Qingshan. Waking up, the guy thought he was asleep. It was like some kind of terrible drama. When he tried to get up, he realized he was in pain. He wondered why he was wearing such strange clothes. Looking around, he thought that this strange dream was still not over. Then he realized that this feeling was too real. Suddenly, a voice replied that the guy was in Beifeng Empire. The voice said that the situation was rather complicated. Simply put, he was dead. Fortunately, he decided to take his soul and bring it to this time and space. Zhao Dajin revealed that he was an omniscient news system. Looking at him, the guy asked, "Isn't this the news app he had installed on his phone?" Zhao told him that the phone in his hand had exploded. He also told him that he was really dead. The guy obviously didn't want to die like that. Zhao had no choice but to transport the guy to this time and space. In a nutshell, he was now in Beifeng Empire and his name was Mo Fan. In the future, a guy can't do without it. Let him be sure it will bring him luck. Moreover, he had some unpleasant news for the guy. The ones Mo Fan saw before he woke up were not a dream. As it turned out, it was his body's memory. As the spiritual pattern was stolen and then injured, he generally dies. Mo Fan started shouting, "What does he mean? Was he saying that he would die even earlier in this life?" Zhao said that he could live up to 3 days. Mo Fan asked, "Is there any other way to move again?" Zhao replied that it would be impossible. This was his only chance. The guy insisted that the game would be over in 3 days. Let him find a way immediately. He replied that there was nothing he could do about it, so he should let him present his abilities first. He was surprised that Zhao knew everything that was going on in the world. Then he asked if he could become number 1. Whereupon Zhao shouted that he had completely forgotten to tell. 3 health points meant that he could live for 3 days. Mo Fan grabbed him and said with anger in his voice that such important things should be warned in advance. Zhao said that he didn't need to worry. There were 2 ways to prolong his life in this world. The first way was to improve himself, and the second was to take the medicine for longevity of life. Mo Fan realized that now that he had regained his spiritual pattern, the guy could start to improve normally. But unfortunately, it was completely impossible to make a breakthrough in 3 days. Zhao had a news update available. The guy kept thinking that medicinal elixirs must be very expensive. He realized that his family wouldn't give him much money even if he restored his spiritual pattern. Zhao said he had a solution. Looking at the guy, he said that the guy should beg him. Mo Fan didn't understand what was wrong with this head. Why was there an exclamation mark flying above it? The lad replied that he was now living a second life, and begged no one but his father and mother, which means he's the 3rd person Mo Fan will beg in his entire life. Kneeling down, the boy began to say that he begged him to help him. Zhao replied that it was fine. Then he would tell him out of compassion. From the gossip, the boy learned that early this morning, Manager Mo Hu and Elder Mo Feng met in a remote forest. Grabbing Zhao by the ears, the guy said he was a useless trickster, saying he would rip him to shreds. Xiao Yu's maid knocked on the door. The guy realized that this girl seemed to be his maid in this time and space. Suddenly, he was in her arms. Crying, the girl said that at last the young master was awake. Mo Fan told the maid that she had brought him a really wonderful elixir. There was no trace of his past trauma. She replied that, of course, if that traitor hadn't stood in his way, she wouldn't have been kidnapped. It was still good to be back. She told him what time he was going to change his clothes. She'd take them to the laundry. The guy asked her if she was ashamed to do such a thing. The girl asked in response that he would like to wash them himself. Someone kicked the door. From that blow, it fell to the floor. The man said that the guy is now just a minor cripple, and still enjoys the services of the beauty. Mo Hu added that the guy thought, Is he still a young master with divine talent? Fan thought, isn't that the man from the news gossip he had watched an hour ago? Turning to the girl, he said that the guy had lost his power, his status, and he was worthless as a man. Then he asked her if she would like to go for a walk with him. Touching the girl's face with his hand, the man said he would love her dearly. Mo Fan shouted that he was dreaming. Let him get out and don't dare touch her. The man asked if the guy had had enough of life. He said that today this manager would break his arms and legs, so that the guy would be completely reduced to a worthless cripple. The guy realized that even though the system had restored his spiritual pattern, perfection would only be restored the next day. Mo Fan realized that he was no match for the manager right now. Suddenly, he thought that it was too early to give up. He said that if a man wanted to say goodbye to life, he was right. Then he asked how he was able to amuse himself with the elder's concubine. Didn't he spend an hour in the forest with her this morning? If the guy told Elder Mo Fong about it, I wonder if he would kill him? Mo Hu began to ask how was that possible. How could the guy know about it? Is he an idiot? Does he think he will tell him how he found out about it? Zhao asked he dared to disturb Great Dajin's peace. A new news update became available. 10 miles from the forest, 2 ascetics fought for 5 days. Their strengths were equal. They both took their last breaths, but no one dared to remove their corpses. The ascetics had treasures with them that were now scattered on the ground. The guy thought at last something entertaining. The treasure of the ascetics who fought for 5 days. Mo Hu realized that this was his chance to finish the guy off right now. Looking at him, Mo Fan asked who was he going to kill? Even if he lost his spiritual pattern and became a cripple, the guy is still a direct descendant of the Mo family. And he's just a servant, just some slave. Falling to his knees, the man began to tell the master that all was not right. This servant wouldn't dare, asking him to forgive his mistake and let this fool go. The guy asked him to let go. He realized that if it wasn't for Zhao's reminder, the bastard would have gotten his way. Zhao Dajin thought that this child was still so naive. In this world, he should always be on guard. Mo Fan replied that he would let him go, but on one condition. The man immediately began to thank the young master. Guy ordered an elixir to be brought to him at night that increases longevity. Otherwise, he would tell Elder Mo Fong about him and Su Yining. The man replied to the young master that he was just an insignificant servant. Even if he turned all his possessions upside down, he still wouldn't be able to afford the elixir. Xiao Yu replied that if she remembered correctly, Elder Mo Fong had an elixir that could increase life expectancy. The man could ask the girl to help him with this. The boy replied that until he got him the elixir, the matter was closed. The servant replied that he understood everything, hoping the young master would be true to his word. Mo Fan said that the life-extending elixir wasn't bad. Felt so good after restoring his meridians. The voice congratulated the host for applying the elixir of longevity. His health points increased by 3. The guy was furious because the elixir had only increased his health by 3 days. Zhao replied that it seemed that the effect of absorbing the elixir of longevity had been weakened. He was upset because only 3 health points had been added, now he only had 5. He only had 5 days to live. Suddenly, the young gentleman realized he was hungry. Xiao Yu told the young master that he had just taken a longevity elixir that consumed a lot of physical strength. He needed to refresh himself. Paris tells her he's leaving home soon to do something very important. Let her stay and cover for him. Don't tell anyone he's leaving. The guy realized that the next day had come. He had 4 health points left. He thought there must be a way to pump up the system and increase his life expectancy. He asked Zhao if that badge above his head reminded him that he was running out of energy. He replied that once he ran out of energy, he would stop functioning. Mo Fan shouted that he found them. This is the same place that's in the current news. Bowing, the boy asked that God bless him so he could find something useful this time. Better yet, it was something that would increase his life expectancy. Started saying to keep the honored ones calm. It's okay if he borrowed their treasures. Later the guy would put 2 decent tombstones for them. Zhao said it looks like they're paltry tickets. The guy yelled that it's 152,000 tickets. Thinks that even in his best years he never even had more than 1,000. Looking at the treasure he found, the guy said that he could finally live his life mocking others. But he found storage bags. They are used to store treasures in the spatial vault. Zhao said that all the bottles were healing elixirs. Only an alchemist can refine them. Out of 100 Aztecs, it's very rare for an alchemist to be born. Taking the blades in his hands, the guy asked what about them. Zeo replied that they were first-class top-level, just trash, the guy could sell them. But the guy was lucky, there were some good things in there. Before he could say anything, Zeo's energy charge showed 0. He heard a voice that he should not leave the lady to the Lord's dictates. Today a man can not only get revenge, but also get rich. Calling the guy a lowlife, the man continued talking. Although he is a direct descendant, but since he is hiding in the MO family house, the manager will block his way. But since the guy got away, this manager has hundreds of ways to kill him and no one will ever get to him. Let him blame himself for leading that steward to all that treasure. The man will give him much pleasure. MO fan realized that he had engaged 70% of his strength. Afraid the guy wouldn't be able to counter him anything. The guy shouted that he would resort to it just this once to increase his development. The man asked how he was able to restore his spiritual pattern. The host's development was increased, with an effective time of 10 minutes. The man shouted that it was impossible. How could his development reach the Xiantian realm? He knew it was no good. It was too late to call off his attack. Mo Hu asked him, with his first-grade spiritual pattern and the 9 heavens Hotian, did he still want to fight him? The guy thought that alas, the blue blood palm is a low-level martial art, and the power is just below average. Even if his development is improved, the power is still too limited. He thought that if the martial arts the guy was practicing were mid-level martial arts, then with just one punch, that guy should be dead by now. Mo fans saw that the man was speeding up too much. Isn't this powerful survival drive admirable? Mo Hu thought about telling the elders as soon as possible that the guy had recovered his spiritual pattern. He realized that only they could save him. Mo Fan leaned on the tree and asked, the man wants to run away? The guy warned me not to run away. Once again he fell on his knees and begged for his life to be spared. He said that the servant was possessed by demons, admitted his mistake and begged for mercy. This servant is willing to recognize the young master as the one in charge. Let the guy send this servant to the east and he will never dare to turn to the west again. The guy thought that Mo, who had earned the trust to become the manager of the Mo family, he should know everything about the family's affairs. If he really wants to surrender, it's better for the guy. As he suddenly attacked, he called the guy a naive boy. Mo Fan realized it was the bastard who tricked him. Mo Fan said that seriously, showing mercy in a battle with the enemy is being cruel to yourself. The manager sent the guy to save him. He said he didn't want to die at all. Mo Fan replied that he knows. However, the guy doesn't want to die either. The guy thought about the fact that it seemed that in this dirty new world, he just didn't have any other choice. He realized that in this world elixirs worked very quickly. Just moments and the wounds were gone. The voice congratulated the host for taking the healing elixir. His health had increased. The boy thought about the fact that healing elixir could not increase life expectancy. He didn't understand how this was possible. If it was an elixir, it didn't matter which one, as long as it had the effect of increasing his lifespan. He thought that the best solution was to try to cultivate by applying elixirs. With each new pill, his health increased. Mo Fan's eyes lit up. The guy realized that the higher the quality of the elixir, the more the amount of health points gained increased. He realized that Zhao Dajin was correct in what he said. It would be beneficial for him to learn these 2 high-grade tree attribute techniques. If the guy practiced Shen Mu's secret teachings and chopping flow, he would be able to fight back Mo Hu in just 2 touches. The guy realizes that it's time for him to cultivate. The elder of Mo Feng's house told the man that Mo Hu, who had been sent to follow the boy, had disappeared. Grand Elder Mo Qingshan replied that 2 people disappeared at the same time. It was most likely just a coincidence. The man asked the maid, had she disappeared too? The elder replied that the girl was still at Mo's house. Mo Qingshan said that as long as his maid is in the house, the guy will return to her. Otherwise, the man will not be able to take and pass his spiritual pattern to his son. Bowing before the 2 elders, the boy said that he had kept his promise and prepared a grave for them. Let them rest in peace. The guy realized that after 3 days of cultivation, he was still too weak. He couldn't reveal that he had already recovered the spiritual pattern. He was thinking that his development was too slow. He needed to increase it somehow. Suddenly, he saw a light on in the barn. Just as he wanted to run, Elder Mo Feng caught his attention. The man said that the young master must have already returned. Mo Fan asked why they were looking for him. The elder replied that the young master didn't look at him like that. He had no evil intentions. He is acting on behalf of the Grand Elder, investigating the disappearance of manager MANHUA. A man's been missing for days and probably even murdered. He said someone saw him following him from his house. MO asked the elder thinks it was the guy who killed him? I mean, they took away his spiritual pattern. How could he kill someone? The elder began to say that he had followed him, and he had returned and the man had not. Of course, all suspicion would go to him. Mo said he thinks the guy should come clean. Did he use some sneaky methods to kill MANHUA? The young gentleman thought it looked like they were going to impose crimes on him and then justify themselves. In that case, he should play along. Suddenly the guy said that he was the one who killed MANHUA. The elder told him that's where she should have started. If he confessed, he wouldn't be tortured either. Let him be a peon and follow him to the Grand Elder. After all, as long as he is the house head's own grandson, they still need a reasonable excuse to kill him. Suddenly the guy asked him, wasn't he wondering how he killed him? After that, I decided to attack the elder. Mo asked after only 3 days? The guy had actually managed to recover the spiritual pattern. The guy said Zhao Dajin's name in his head and thought that he would use this opportunity to increase his cultivation. The guy decided to use a combat technique, Qingmu's palm. The man didn't understand how this was possible. Achieving such strength in just 3 days, he realized that it was a human-level top-class battle technique. Then he shouted that if the guy killed him, the Great Elder would use it as an excuse to capture and kill him. Mo replied that if Mo Qingshan dared to pull even a single hair off his head, his master would finish the man off like a dog. The man wondered if he really had a master. There was definitely some powerful ruler behind him who was much stronger than the Grand Elder. How else could he recover the spiritual pattern that the Great Elder had taken away from him? Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to achieve such strength in a few days. Mo thought that it was not surprising that the guy didn't give the Grand Elder any credit. Mo realized that he had been caught. Using the chopping ceiling, the guy thought, well, whose side would he take now? The man shouted that he acknowledged the young master was now in charge. Mo begged the young master to let him go. The boy asked if the man would recognize him as chief. He replied that yes. From now on he would be the young master's faithful servant. Mo said that Mo who was wiping him the same thing, and the very next second he decided to attack him in the back. If it wasn't for the master who saved him, the guy would have already been dead. Mo replied that he would like to record the proof of the guilt that the Great Elder had committed over the years, and hand over to the young master to prove his loyalty. He said that inside the box is the evidence of the elder's guilt, but it hasn't been signed yet. The jade bottle contains a dozen pills that should be useful for development. Mo replied that he had done a great job, now he could go. He promised that he would ask the master to give him a first-class development technique. The man thanked him. The guy told Xiao Yu that this guy was undercover. He would have less trouble and could cultivate well. The girl replied that she hoped the head of the house would come out of his recluse soon. He would even kill the Grand Elder if he dared to touch the young master's little finger. Mo said that, in addition, his grandfather was a strong man who had reached the 8th heaven spiritual bone. There was some new news. The first was that this morning, the head of the family ended his recluse in the secret room of the house, and successfully broke through to the 9th heaven spiritual bone. At the moment of the breakthrough, there was an accident. Flames broke out. The situation is critical. If nothing is done for 5 days, the man's soul will be destroyed by evening. The men were discussing what a poor guy he was, having lost his mother since he was a little boy, and now his father as well. They had heard that he had encountered a demonic beast of the 3rd order in the forest. The men were surprised, for his strength was equivalent to a spirit bone stage. They thought the head had gone on a hunt for revenge. It was said that the head of the family's rather strong family was at the peak of the 3rd stage of the spiritual bone. Putting his hand on his grandson's head, the man told him to calm down, let him rely on his grandfather. The guy realized that the value of a refined ice spirit soul pill was comparable to the value of a 4th grade supreme elixir, and as a rule, it would always become the top item at an auction. If one doesn't utilize all of the Mo family's strength, one won't be able to buy a refined ice spirit soul pill. The boy realized that the family was now under the control of the Grand Elder, and if news reached him, he would not only not save him, but would take advantage of it and take his grandfather's place. Mo realized that he would have to save his grandfather on his own. He wondered if there was a way to make that kind of money. The guy thought for sure he could watch 3 more newscasts, right? A member of Mo's family had drunk too much, tripped and fell into a dung pit. He was in the shit all night. Yesterday outside the city in a cave east of the forest, a second-order demonic beast green python laid an egg, its own energy and strength greatly reduced. The guy thought that the green python egg was worth a lot of money, but it didn't compare to the refined ice spirit soul pill. He began to mentally plead for Zhao Dajin to give him the news of the untold treasure. Suddenly, he found out that there was an abundant amount of qi surrounding the treasure in the forest today. The treasure will reveal itself in 5 days. Mo Fan told the girl that in 3 days he would leave the house, and this time the guy would go for cultivation in seclusion to break through. He asked that she tell Mo Fong to tell the Grand Elder that he would soon be done with him. The guy thought it must be in there. The cave is blocked by a stone statue, so how does he get in? Speaking of which, it's a statue of a man. Could it be King Qin Xian? The guy thought he looked kind of sinister. The guy realized that the system couldn't be wrong. There must be a treasure in that cave. Then there must be a mechanism. Mo Fan tried to pick up where it was. Where could they have shoved the mechanism in? The guy couldn't understand how. He couldn't find anything at all. Is there no mechanism at all? He felt like the statue was mocking him, attacking. The boy shouted that there was nothing to mock him. Mo Fan realized that it turns out he had been looking in the wrong place all along. The treasure was underground. After falling into some dungeon, the guy heard someone say that he was the king of Qing Xian. He realized it was the treasure king. The voice said that anyone who enters the king's tomb has a reason. As long as he was willing to swear an oath to the inner demon, he would have 20 years to kill the bloody demon king. The boy thought, what a bad name. This oath can't be made by chance, but in order to capture all the traitors of his family, he would have to pay for it. Mo Fan realized that he had enough to think about. Saving his grandfather was the priority. The guy said he was making a demonic oath. He was willing to accept the inner demon's oath. He promises to avenge King Qin Xian and kill the bloody demon king. The voice said that it was now time for the boy to begin the trials. Mo Fan was surprised because he didn't expect this. These are the golden and silver divine whips of the king. The golden whip is the fruit and the silver whip is the soul. The voice said it was too early for the ordeal to end, and he couldn't take 2 strokes of the whip. The boy is too weak. Let him refuse before it's too late. The king can still give him a chance at life. The guy thought, is it possible to give up? Then he definitely surrendered. 2 more strokes of the whip and he was dead. The voice said the boy shouldn't have gone there. He wondered then, what about Grandpa? If the guy lost that opportunity, he would only have to watch his soul leave his body. Suddenly, Mo Fan stood up and said that guy can't give up. He will continue the trial. The voice replied that it was interesting. This king wonders how long he can last. The boy heard a voice trying to wake him up. He didn't understand who was calling him. Zhao Dajin said he might die. Zhao kept saying he was leaving, not going to recharge again. The guy almost died. Did he even think about his feelings? Mo Fan said that this life was still able to be preserved. Zhao shouted that if the guy died, he would disappear. The girl said it was quite entertaining. After 5 days of training, he was still able to withstand the test of the golden and silver divine whips. Now he needs to open his soul, allow the king to leave a brand on his soul. In this way, he can become the king's servant. Mo Fan asked why on earth would he become someone's servant? The girl replied that it was his decision. This king was once incredibly strong. The guy is just an ascetic at the tiny Hotian stage. All he has to do is become a servant of this king. A blessing that will change his life forever. He needs to obey the king or else he will be forced to take his life. Zhao told him not to agree. After he branded his soul, his life would no longer belong to him. The boy realized that she would just kill him. He suffered so much and tried his best to keep this life. How can he say he refuses? He said he understood and he was ready to give up. The girl replied that rightly, if he served the king well, he would reward him. The guy shouted that he only said that to make her let her guard down. Let him die if you want him to be a servant, so why don't she become one herself? Today is the day they'll find out who dies, her or him. The guy uses the last one to increase his cultivation. Mo Fan didn't understand what was going on. What kind of situation is this? Looking at him, the girl asked him if he was asleep. Suddenly, he jumped away from her. The boy thought it was strange. Where had all his wounds gone? The girl replied that everything he had just experienced was an illusion, which was why there were no wounds on him. Zhao Dajin replied that this was it. No wonder the system didn't react when he requested for a cultivation boost. He said that this girl was so tough even though she was short. Zhao was even amazed by the illusion she created. It was disgusting. The girl told him not to worry. Since the guy had passed the king's test, he wouldn't attack him anymore. To get the treasure, you have to pass 3 tests. The first is the vow of the inner demon, the second is the illusion within with the golden and silver whips, the comma, and of course the last, the enslavement of the soul, the tests of courage. The king did not doubt in the least that the lad possessed sincerity, determination, and courage. The guy smashed the bloody demon king's face and it made the king happy. Mo Fan realized that the girl was seeing Zhao. She was the one talking about the statue at the entrance to the tomb. The guy was not fascinated by the man who was the king, and he used to be the coolest person ever. She went on to say that not only did it not embarrass him, but he smashed his face in. That's why the king cut the difficulty of the 3 trials in half. The girl asked if he was ready to take up the mantle of king. The boy thought it was a joke or something. She told that the king had managed to escape certain death to get his hands on this treasure. Let them consider him lucky. Seeing the butterfly in front of his eyes, Zhao shouted for the guy not to dare touch it. It would suck all the blood out of him. The girl sat and thought about the fact that that guy should be out soon. Creating a jade butterfly for a new master is quite troublesome. She may have created a jade butterfly for him, but that guy doesn't know how lucky he is. Something started happening and the girl yelled out, "Finally he's coming out." The guy asked what the hell was going on. He was at the 5th stage of Hotian, but now he had broken through 2 stages and reached the 7th stage. She replied that let him just look at himself, it is only cultivation. He was so excited about the breakthrough. If he looked into his spiritual pattern, he was afraid he would faint. Abruptly opening his eyes in his own, Mo Fan shouted out, "Is this what he was thinking? A 5th grade spiritual pattern of wood and fire?" The guy said that even in the empire, he was considered the greatest talent. Zhao replied that this was the body every alchemist dreamed of. Mo Fan revealed that with his current strength, in the future, he would stand at the top of the Beifeng Empire. The guy would become stronger than the Wuzong stage and even the heavenly body realm. She asked him what does he consider to be the incredible treasure of this king. Guy should know that Beifeng's empire is negligible. When he is stronger, he will understand the king's words. Let him kneel quickly and accept the king's last legacy. The king's allotted time is short. She told the boy that time was of the essence. The king would explain everything to him briefly. These are the rarest books that the king has specially selected for him and best suited for him. Let him not show his abilities in public until he is able to defend himself. The girl told me that the king would provide him with training methods, as they are stored in the red butterfly. If a guy can practice them to perfection, he can reach the top. The girl is also a treasure like the red butterfly since she passed away in his empire. She's been hunted. So let him firmly remember, butterfly eyes are also endowed with power. He should hide them, and should not inform even his closest ones about it. After all, if news of this leaks out, the guy will be the next to be hunted. Mo Fan realized that the secret method of creating the 5 elements, this was the true power of the butterfly. Zhao said, "What a powerful training method." The aura absorption rate became faster than after taking elixirs. The guy said that his cultivation speed had become 10 times faster than Shen Mu's secret method. He said that he was afraid that he had already surpassed the heavenly order method. 1 butterfly particle raised his spiritual pattern by 2 levels. If the guy collected the parts of the remaining butterflies, he would be literally invincible. Zhao replied that he was right. According to his analysis, there are a total of 5 butterflies. Writing Tianhou, Tianshui, Tianmu, Tianjin, and Tiantu. He realized that he shouldn't educate anyone on the method of creating a butterfly. He realized that he should not show anyone the training methods that the king's predecessor had passed on to him. As he suddenly wondered, then what should he take to the auction to exchange for the ice spirit soul purification pill? Zhao said he could offer a recipe for making pills. The boy realized that he should spend a day learning the basics about those alchemists. He suggested he disguise himself as an alchemist. That would also guarantee safety to some extent. After all, being an honorary alchemist wouldn't hurt. After getting rid of his water dome, the guy asked where did Mo Fan go? The boy shouted out a method of controlling the serpentine fire. He rejoiced at the fact that he had finally succeeded. Although this method of controlling fire is the foundation for an alchemist, it is still the simplest method. But still, his knowledge is much deeper than that. Mo Fan said that he had made his first successes in the serpentine fire control method. It was time to get out of there. The boy realized that Grandpa's soul would only last one more day. He must get the ice spirit pill to purify his soul. He asked the older man how he could get out of the tomb. The boy searched for so long, but he never found a way out. Zhao said that it was the biggest trading shop in Lingyun City. He told him it was a pity we couldn't make it in time for the auction they were having half a month ago, so we just have to try our luck at the market stall. The girl asked him if he wanted to buy something specific. The guy replied that he had a big business and wanted a manager. Without thinking long, she answered the visitor that the manager accepts only from 200,000. Mo Fan reiterated that he wanted to see the manager. The girl replied that it was fine, and then asked him to follow her. Zhao said that the customers of the pavilion were the cream of the society, so he needed to make a formidable appearance. He realized that the most important thing was not to draw the attention of the Mo family people. The girl told the manager that she had brought him a visitor. Yun Qingfeng replied that she could go. The old man said that he wasn't sure what exactly the young man wanted to buy, or was he selling blood? Zhao replied that this person's refinement is above the 7th stage of spiritual bones. The guy realized that it looked like the rumors were true. This pavilion definitely had a lot of history. He made up a story that said that his master alchemist had an accident. Therefore, the fellow immediately went to the pavilion to purchase the soul-cleansing ice spirit pill. The old man replied that he had no idea what kind of master alchemist this young man had. He knew that there were only 5 known alchemists in the city. Mo Fan thought that, of course, just as he expected, the pavilion immediately wanted to learn his background. The guy replied that he wasn't worthy to meet his master. Turning to the young man, the old man said, could he please show his alchemist badge? The boy asked why would that be? Did manager Yun not believe that he was an alchemist? Using the snake flame control, the old man saw that he had a 5th grade fire and wood spiritual pattern. The alchemist badge is proof of being an alchemist. It is issued by an alchemist guild with great prestige. The alchemist badge has red patterns engraved on it, in addition to the emblem of the Alchemist Guild. The old man realized that the spiritual pattern of this 5th grade wood and fire child, he is definitely a genius among alchemists. The one who taught him must be of the 4th grade. It was no surprise to him that this kid didn't even look at him. With his master's position, even the head of the city was a nobody in his eyes. Mo Fan asked does he really want the guy to provide him with a pill as well to prove his identity? The old man said that their pavilion had 1 soul-cleansing ice spirit pill and it was worth 2 million. The old man would give a 10% discount. The guy said it was still a bit expensive. His master had only given him a few recipes for making 4th low-grade pills. The old man asked the young gentleman if he wanted to pay, or maybe he wants to trade. Mo Fan replied that he was willing to exchange the recipe for making the pill. The old man asked what was the recipe. The guy said that these were the recipes for making the 1st stage, the 4th low-grade pill, the Ziyu accumulation pill. The girl wondered what this man's identity was. He put forward a 4th grade pill recipe for exchange. The old man replied that its accumulation had an extremely significant role for the cultivation of ascetics. Of all the 4th low-grade pills, this is the strongest. He said the pavilion was willing to provide $1.5 million to purchase this prescription. The guy said it was okay. Now, to buy the pill, you need 300 grand. The guy said that the exchange could be considered a success. Zhao told the master that it looked like the old man intended to befriend him. He replied that he knew because he had a strong master behind him. Mo Feng shouted to the guy that there was that forbidden place where the head of the family had gone into recluse. He said that only the head of the family and elders have a token capable of opening the entrance to the forbidden place. Mo Feng replied that he would go and see if it was fake or not. The young master said that this thing was too cool. Mo Feng shouted to the guy that the entrance was over there. Mo Feng told the young master that they couldn't get any closer. The head had lost control and was now unconscious. Zhao told them that they had no other choice but to break through. Mo Feng realized that if they approached, they would be affected by the head's aura. Before his grandfather exhausts all of his aura and his soul leaves his body, it is necessary for him to take the ice spirit soul purification pill. Zhao told the boy that his grandfather was beginning to weaken. Let him go ahead and seize the opportunity. In an instant, the boy fell to the ground. With a sigh of relief, he said he'd made it. The young master rejoiced, because his grandfather had taken the ice spirit soul purification pill. He would be fine now. Mo Fong didn't understand how the guy was able to obtain the pill. Besides, he had never entered the forbidden area. How did he know that the head of the family was possessed? The guy thought that, of course, it must be all his masters. He was able to quietly enter the forbidden area without disturbing anyone from the Mo family. Mo Fong warned that if he dared to say anything, there would be consequences. Mo Fong replied that the young master should not be angry. He had already forgotten everything. The guy asked, did something happen in the Mo family in those 2 days? He replied that the great elder didn't bother looking for the young master those 2 days. The men did not understand where the maid had run off to. They began to search again, separating in different directions. The guy said that she could hide point, yet this young gentleman still managed to find her. The guy told the young master that the time he left, Mo Yunfei was bringing someone to the hut to cause him trouble. He was taking out his anger on Xiaoyu. Mo Fong added that the girl was slightly injured then. Mo Fan asked, is he looking for death? Mo Yunfei said that the guy was a coward, only good at hiding. One of the subordinates said that it seems he got the message and ran away. The subordinates agreed with him, but said they had heard this girl was very much appreciated by the young master. One of them said that then, before the guy comes back, use his maid to have some fun. He looked at the girl and shouted that she was a real demon. Said she tried to cut the rope with a rock. Mo Yunfei ordered to cut her hamstring and see how she would run. The girl mentally apologized to the young gentleman. She had gotten him into trouble again. Mo Fan shouted his maid's name and started attacking everyone in his way. Mo Yunfei said that the scum had finally returned. Apparently, the guy had stopped being a coward. When he ran up to his maid, he immediately asked her if her hands were sore. The girl replied that she was fine, it was just a scratch. She would take some medicine and it would heal in no time. Mo Yunfei shouted that the scum had beaten up this young master's dog. At one point, the guy realized he couldn't move at all. Mo Yunfei asked, the guy isn't a genius, right? Isn't he a villain as well? Let him try to resist. Looking at him, the guy said that he wanted to fight Mo Yunfei. Xiaoyu had been unconscious the entire time. When she woke up, she saw the young master fall to the ground. She immediately ran towards him. The servants were telling Mo Fan that relying on this shit, he was thinking of rebelling against the young master. Let him know his place. Mo Yunfei shouted at the guy just to look at his current self. He's become just some kind of freak. Mo Fan replied to the guy that as long as he was alive, he would get even with him one day. Looking at him, Mo Yunfei replied that then he should die. Mo Fong ran up to the young master. He told young master that it would be inappropriate to do so now. He'd better let this guy go or it bodes ill. If he kills him now, it would be a gross violation of clan rules. Even the great elders would not be able to protect him. He suggested that the young master do something different. The maid asked if the boy didn't want to take revenge on the young master. Mo Yunfei replied that he would even give him the opportunity. The guy said that he would seal his abilities, leaving only the strength of an ordinary man to fight him in a life-and-death duel. Both parties must sign a life-and-death contract. If someone dies, the other party is not responsible. Laughing, Mo Yunfei said that he was worthless trash. The guy said he was going to kill him, so where was his courage? The young gentleman replied that fine, a life-and-death duel, so a life-and-death duel. The maid asked the young master why he agreed. It's a trap. The boy replied that she shouldn't worry at all. Smiling, the young lord thought that they would be the ones who would still see which one of them would die. One of the guys said he wanted everyone to hurry up. The guys asked if he was right. Does young master really want to fight in a life-and-death match with Mo Yunfei? He said that it was true. The young master was now in the life-and-death arena with Yunfei. The elder in charge of overseeing the life-and-death arena, Mo-san, said that the guys still had time to change their minds. Mo Fan replied that he had already made up his mind. Yunfei said that it seems like the elder is trying to comfort him. The guy is looking for death himself. If he's ready, it's time to start. Holding out a life-and-death contract to them, the elder said that in that case, let them sign it. He shouted that in the duel of life and death both sides have given their consent. Life and death, no offense. People were talking about Mo Fan not having a spiritual pattern after all. How is he going to fight? They're in for an interesting performance. Looking at him, the guy asked when he would seal his abilities. Yunfei replied, did he say anything about sealing? The guy shouted that Mo Fan was too calm for trash. This young master was still willing to keep him alive. But he's still thinking about the place, so this young gentleman will end it today. With one of his punches, Mo Fan repelled Mo Yunfei's attack and the latter flew off to the side. People looked on in amazement at what was happening. They didn't understand what had happened. The young master asked the 8th stage Hotion. He shouted that it was impossible. Had his spiritual pattern been restored? Mo Fan said he was patient enough with him. Today they'll finish the old accounts and get right down to the new ones. People were surprised that Mo Fan had defeated Mo Yunfei. They didn't understand what had even happened. The guy replied that it wasn't bad. A lowly 8th stage Hotion. Let's see how Guy can straighten out this young master. Heading towards Mo Fan, the guy shouted, revealing void claws. The guy said just a mid-tier human technician, he so definitely wants to embarrass himself. Mo Fan decided to use a decapitating cut. The guy's arm couldn't withstand such a blow. People didn't understand how this was possible. Shouldn't this guy be lying around right now? What trash, he's definitely a genius. Once the guy shouted to Mo Yunfei that it was time to die, he replied that he would take him with him. This is a second highest class pill, a pill of boiling blood. If a person takes it, it will instantly increase his strength several times over. Breakthrough to Hotion 9th stage, breakthrough from the 9th stage to Hotion peak, Xiantian 1st stage. The elder urged Mo Yunfei to stop immediately. The guy shouted at this time for Mo Fan to attack. He once again used the revealing void claws. Mo Fan asked, and that's all the guy can do after breaking through to Xiantian? The guy asked Zhao Dajin for his last attempt at cultivation enhancement. Watching what was happening, the elder said that it was the end. Heading towards Mo Yunfei, the guy shouted that he would bid farewell to his life today. Mo Fan shouted that that wasn't all. The guy asked how dare such trash do such a thing to him? When his father comes, the boy will die a painful death. And his maid too, the guy won't let her go, she'll die too. Memories flashed before the young master's eyes. The girl was talking about how she was fine. It was just some minor scratches. Let the guy take a look at his current self, he's a freak. Mo Qingshan said that that incredible spiritual pattern could only belong to him. The last thing the guy remembered was Mo Yunfei asking him if he was a genius, right? Let him fight back now. Mo Fan said he should die. Mo Qingshan shouted at him to stop. The guy immediately started telling his father that his son was hurt. Let him help him get revenge. The man asked if Mo Fan could let Yunfei go out of respect for him. This old man is willing to fulfill any of his demands. The guy asked if he'd honor any demands. Then maybe bring him his dog face there in exchange for his son. The man realized that it was still impossible to let this guy live. He had to die anyway. Calling him an old dog, the guy asked the man, ever wonder what today might have been like? Looks like he got a lot of interest in an old score. Then killed his son in one fell swoop. The guy replied that what he sows, he will reap. Heaven does not forgive mistakes. The man asked how dare he? Mo Fan replied that sooner or later, the guy would cut his dog's life short. Mo Qingshan shouted that he would tear his corpse into 10,000 pieces, grind his bones into powder, and pay homage to his son in heaven. Just as he wanted to attack the guy, he was distracted. It turned out to be Mo Fan's grandfather. The man asked Mo Qingshan on the basis of what he wanted to teach his grandson a lesson. After all, he knew that the man was reclusive, on the verge of life and death. Does she want him to lose his son and then his grandson? The man replied to the chapter, wasn't he reclusive on the verge of life and death? The boy rejoiced, for his grandfather had come after all. The old man was going to finish him off. Luckily, he sent Mo Feng to bring his grandfather there in time. Mo Qingshan pondered. This old man had somehow managed to escape the forbidden zone, and had also broken through to the 9th stage of spiritual bones. Telling him that the guy used sneaky methods, molested his son in a life and death duel, causing his son to die. Isn't the chief going to punish him? The guy wondered, has the script gone to hell? Mo Qingshan is only at the 3rd stage of spiritual bones. How dare he talk to his grandfather like that? Mo Qingshan replied to the head that his son could not die today. The man replied that it was a life and death duel. Both sides were prepared for this outcome. He began to tell the chapter that since Mo Fan had killed his son in a life and death duel, he must know that Yunfei had another duel planned. The deadline is in 10 days. Whether they win or lose, all their grievances will disappear with the stroke of a pen. The head called him a liar, then said that regardless of victory or defeat, the guy's development had reached the third Xiantian stage. Mo Qingshan asked, isn't the head chasing personal gain? That he engages in such cover-ups and unfair judgments might disappoint the side branch of the family. He thought about the fact that Mo Yunfeng at the age of 19 was already a genius at the third Xiantian stage, and even more so with a third grade 3 spiritual fire pattern. People asked if the guy dared to accept the challenge. They started shouting that the head was unfair. Mo Fan pondered. It seems like there is something on this man's hands that made his grandfather wary. Nevertheless, this is a great opportunity for the guy. Looking at his grandfather, Mo Fan said that he agreed and would have a life and death duel with Mo Yunfeng. Looking at his grandfather, the guy told him not to worry. Trash like Mo Yunfeng can't kill him. 10 days have passed. Mo Fan and Mo Yunfeng will meet in the arena of life and death to have a duel. The man ordered the guy to follow him. Catching up with the grandfather, the guy asked him to wait for him. Grandpa said that this time the boy was too impulsive. After dark he would take him out of town. Let him not come back. Mo Fan replied to his grandfather that he didn't have to worry. Mo Yunfeng wasn't even his opponent. The man said that Ho Tian's 8th stage, though not bad, but compared to Mo Yunfeng, she is 4 stages short. There is no chance of winning if the guy is in the fight. Seeing the symbol on his grandson's forehead, the man asked the spiritual pattern of 5th grade fire and wood. How did his 3rd grade wood spiritual pattern talent suddenly rise to a 5th grade fire and wood spiritual pattern? The guy lied that he had an unforeseen chance. He had created a tribute to a great alchemist. His talent had been enhanced by that honorable one. He immediately asked what rank was his master alchemist. The guy replied that he was at least a rank 4 alchemist. The man replied that Mo Qingshan would burst with envy. Looking at Grandpa, the guy said that his cultivation was clearly higher than Mo Qingshan's. So why did he dare to challenge him? Turning away from his grandson and heading towards the chair, the man replied that the man's life channels were damaged. There was nothing that could be done. Mo Fan asked whose life channels Grandpa was talking about. The man replied that it was useless to talk to him about it. Only his master could help. He ordered his grandson to go back and concentrate on cultivation. Let him leave the rest to his grandfather. The guy didn't understand whose life channels Mo Qingshan had taken over. Why did it cause Grandpa to retreat? Zhao Dajin replied that since his grandfather wasn't going to tell him, he could only ask other people. He realized that they usually went to taverns or brothels to gather information. He went to the pavilion. They would definitely have information about Mo's family. Seeing the young master, Superintendent Yun asked if he had come again. The guy replied that he had come to bother the superintendent again. The man replied that the guy should not worry. They needed to talk inside. The superintendent asked how his master's injury was. The guy replied that he was fine. Now he was deep into alchemy. He had some business he wanted to talk to the superintendent about. Suddenly, the man asked, wasn't the guy a young master from the Mo family who was a straight-line trash? Mo Fan replied that if it wasn't for his master, he would still be a worthless person. The overseer pondered, being able to help this brat restore the spiritual pattern, he should definitely be friends with this guy. The guy immediately asked if the superintendent could know why Mo Qingshan had decided to challenge the head of the Mo family. He replied that the man was in control of the family's entire economy. Mo Fan asked how did the man accomplish this. The superintendent wondered if the guy remembered the alchemist who had entered there before him. He replied that right, Lu Chongqing is a 3rd low-rank alchemist. More than 50% of his profits come from the Mo family. In addition, his eldest son is a disciple of this alchemist. Zhao said that it was not surprising that the man had no fear since he was patronized by an alchemist. The guy realized that he might pull some sneaky method. Turning to the superintendent, the guy asked him to make a request. The man asked what he wanted. Mo Qingshan told the man that 10 days after the life and death duel, he has to bother him. Lu Chongqing asked why the elder wanted him to be the judge. The elder said that he was worried about the grandson of the head. The boy would obviously cause trouble for his son. If the man agreed, the amount of resources would be doubled in the future. Not only did Mo Fan try to increase his cultivation during these 10 days, he also kept up with his alchemy. Mo Fan was happy that he had succeeded. He was now a 1st-rank top alchemist. Zhao said that it seems like, and his cultivation has increased 9th Hotian stage, he is 1 step away from the peak. He said that there was an update on the gossip and current events news. As soon as the guy agreed to watch, a lot of news gossip appeared in front of his eyes. News broke that an ascetic had been killed by an enemy outside the city last night. Before his death, he buried all the martial techniques he had practiced in the ground. The next news was that 3 days ago, on the north side of the forest outside the city, a spiritual power rapidly rose. A fruit-bearing Qingxian spiritual flower grew there. The guy was happy that it was a medicinal plant that could increase spiritual power. Who said he wasn't lucky? Mo Fan said that with this spiritual flower, the guy would just crush that Mo Yunfeng. Zhao said that he should thank this great one. Otherwise, the guy wouldn't be able to find that spiritual flower. The guy immediately replied that he was wrong and then thanked him. Zhao said he would forgive him this time. Seeing it, the guy asked, "Is this the spirit flower?" This time he had a big luck, 1 flower and 2 fruits. It was really rare. As soon as the guy pulled up to the flower and said it was his now, something strange started happening. He thought it couldn't be. A green poisonous python appeared in front of his eyes. Looking at him, the guy said that it looks like he is the guardian beast of this Qingdan spiritual flower. He realized that if it was a demonic beast of the second highest order, he would only have to turn around and run away. But he's just a second low-order demonic beast. He can't stop the guy. As soon as Mo Fan struck the first blow, he realized that it was bad. At this moment, the python completely came out of the ground. Using a decapitating cut, the guy tried to do some damage to the python. Suddenly, he realized it was bad. The poison of the poisonous green python is very strong. If he didn't take the detox pill soon, he would die. After using the palm of the blazing flame, he realized that the python had finally died. The spiritual fruit was definitely his now. Qingxian spiritual fruit is a 4th-grade medicinal herb. Because of its rarity, it is extremely valuable. It has a stimulating effect on the soul, can strengthen the soul, which will increase spiritual strength. After the first taking it will already be ineffective. Zhao tried to wake him up with the words that if he didn't neutralize the effects of the poison pill and give him the fruit, the guy would have died long ago due to the effects of the poison. Mo Fan asked why he was punching him in the face. Zhao shouted that he shouldn't pretend to be a dead man, knowing that death can't be reversed. The boy asked what had happened to him. Zhao replied that he should let him try to feel it himself. Mo Fan was surprised that his spiritual power had already reached the level of a low-order 3rd-grade alchemist. Even if this 2nd-grade low-order pill, he would be able to create it. Zhao replied that if he still wanted to win the life and death duel, he should strengthen his cultivation to increase his strength. At this time, he should take a nap. In order to survive, a guy should channel his cultivation strength as soon as possible. People were discussing what they were afraid of. Mo Yunfeng had already reached the middle of the 3rd Xiantian stage. They wondered why they still hadn't seen Mo Fan. Had he run away? The guy said that he was the one who agreed to the life and death duel, so he must have had enough of life. Xiao Yu replied that her young master said, "Won't lose. If they are not afraid, then let them place their bets." The men shouted that it was fine. They were betting on Mo Yunfeng's victory. The girl recalled about Mo Fan ordering her to take this money and bet it on young master's victory. Mo Qingshan said that since that rascal was so confident, he would also place a bet. But if his son wins, the girl will be his maid. Suddenly, Mo Fan appeared. The guy replied to Mo Yunfeng that he was not strong enough for this girl to become his maid. He's not gonna lose. The kid's grandfather said that since everyone's there, it's time to start the contest. Mo Qingshan asked the head, since it was the maid who decided to gamble, how about adding a prize? Mo Yunfeng said that this is his 3rd life-death duel. If the guy wins 3 contests, he'll take Mo Fan's life. If he wins 2, the leader will abdicate. 3 contests, the one who wins twice wins. But the man wants something else. He wants 3 victories out of 3. If the head agrees, his grandson will not die. Mo Qingshan told the head that his son had reached the 4th Xiantian stage. The man should understand. He realized that he shouldn't let his grandson tempt fate. The guy replied that since there is a prize, if he wins twice, what will they pay? Mo Qingshan replied that the guy was confident. If he won, this elder would immediately give up the throne. The boy asked if he could fight the head of the family. Let him bet his life. The elder laughed and said that he was willing to bet his life if the boy wanted to. The man thought it was a pity, but in the face of absolute power he had no chance of winning. Now that both sides had decided on the stakes, 2 wins out of 3 would decide everything. He said it was the first competition, a comparison in alchemy knowledge. People didn't expect this. They said that guy wasn't even an alchemist. What was there to compare? Mo Fuping shouted that the man had no conscience at all. He realized that his grandson was no good at alchemy. Mo Yunfeng told the guy not to waste his time. Let him start. Mo Fan replied that his master was just a low-order third-rank alchemist. To make things fair, the guy had also invited a low-order third-rank alchemist as well. The superintendent Yun Qingfeng appeared in front of their eyes. The man didn't understand how the guy was able to get his order. Approaching the head, the superintendent apologized for disturbing him. The head replied not to exaggerate. The superintendent himself had come there. That was enough to make him happy. He said that since the first jousting is related to alchemy, both sides will start taking the alchemy test. Mo Yunfeng knows that alchemists pay attention to skills, so how long did it take for a guy to bond with him? Apparently, he would have to invoke the first rank of the highest stage purification. The pill of stab wound would crush him to pieces. Mo Fan shouted that today he would take the old dog's dog life from him. After that, the guy used the serpentine flame control. Lu Chongqing thought that he didn't expect the guy to be so gifted with talent. He was even patronized by the Yun Pavilion. Mo Qingshan thought that it was impossible. He definitely has a third-grade spiritual pattern of wood. Where would fire come from there? The guy realized that the next and most important step was mixing. It was necessary to have a strong soul for this. Otherwise the furnace might fail and explode. People saw that the pill was out. They said the guy was really the alchemist. Yun Qingfeng announced that the Qi return pill Mo Fan was the winner of the first competition. Mo Yunfeng shouted out that he was protesting. The guy had practiced alchemy for 2 years to be able to create a first-class pill. Turning to Chongqing Alchemist, the man said that he was also from the Alchemist Guild after all. What did he think? The man replied that Mo Fan had not really cheated. Yunfeng had lost. Then he said that he didn't expect that a guy of a young age already had enough spiritual strength. Yun Qingfeng replied that according to the rules, the first competition was chosen by Mo Yunfeng's father. Now Mo Feng has the right to choose the second competition. The guy replied that the second competition would be a comparison in spiritual strength. Mo Qingshan replied that in the second competition, it's not the spiritual strength that decides everything, but the competition itself. Of course, the guy wants to make a comparison. Yun Qingfeng asked the elder wants to demand something else. The man replied that he had told me this before, but his proposal to hold a duel of spiritual power in the third contest, in the second contest, will hold a duel of power. The guy replied that he had said he would take his dog's life today, after all, and he would definitely do it, even if it was in the next contest. The elder told his son that in the second competition, let him try to find an opportunity to damage the guy's soul. Only then could he win. The man shouted that the second contest would be a duel of strength. Mo Yunfeng decided to use the void-splitting claw. Looking at him, the guy replied that it was a cheap trick. Mo Fan replied with a cutting stream of wood. After which, the guy decided to use the palm of the flame. Mo Yunfeng asked a lower-level martial technique, after which the guy said that it was simply impossible. After receiving the strongest blow, he flew off to the side. Mo Yunfeng shouted at the boy not to be arrogant. Thinks he's the only one with a non-6-step technique. The guy shouted a blade of scarlet flame. Even if he did regain his talent, he'll never beat him, so let him die. Mo Fan understood that this was a puppet at the 4th Xiantian stage. The difference in cultivation was too great. The guy realized that now was definitely the time to go all out. His current cultivation was not enough to unleash the full power of the heavenly fingers. All that remained was to burn his spiritual power. Mo Yunfeng shouted that it was impossible. His cultivation is only at the Xiantian stage. How could a guy use such a powerful technique? Mo Fan told him it's not over yet. Don't worry, the guy will still charge him interest. Lu Chongqing asked the guy to spare him. The outcome of the battle is predetermined, so asks, out of respect for him, to spare his disciple. Mo Fan replied to the mentor as long as someone honors the bet. The guy would rather commit suicide than let Mo Yunfeng go. Looking at the great elder, the guy said that he has won 2 competitions already. Can the elder bow his dog face? The man immediately started yelling at his son to get up. As long as he could overpower the little bastard, they would be winners. He shouted for his son to get up. Let him kill Mo Fan. Otherwise they'll both die. Looking at the elder, Chongqing asked what he was talking about. The boy is his son after all. The man replied that only useful talents are valuable. Calling him an old dog, the guy asked him if he wasn't ashamed of himself. Suddenly, at some point, he flew into the sky. The head asked, does he really want to escape? Does he think he'll let him? He saw the grandfather following him. That old man is so sneaky, and with his nasty look, he runs faster than a rabbit. Mo Qingshan said to the chapter that one could not kill him, without him who could lure the alchemists to their side. So, the Mo family will lose their supplies. The man is a traitor to the Mo family. The head asked, did Mo Qingshan really think that with his grandson's talent, the head would still hold him hostage? After the attack struck, Mo Qingshan shouted that he couldn't die. All the Grand Elder could say lastly was for the chapter to not be proud. This was not the end. People were screaming about the great elders being dead. The head too powerful. They wondered what they would do next with the side branch. Chongqing said that he was responsible for his own death. The fellow replied that before Mentor Alchemist asked for the fall of descent, he had done so to preserve his good name. The man thanked the young master for being lenient with his apprentice. Henceforth he would be under his direct disposition. The girl was happy that she had earned a lot. The young master would be delighted. Suddenly, she saw something in front of her eyes. She managed to thwart Mo Yunfeng's attack before he struck the young master. Mo Yunfeng thought that apparently by killing his maid, it would burden the guy more. Looks like he was able to get his revenge after all. Lu Chongqing asked, was it a soul-destroying needle? Where did this guy get such a dangerous and cruel thing? Mo Fan replied that it must have been given to him by his father. The man replied that he wasn't familiar with the soul-destroying needle, so he couldn't do anything right now. The superintendent has more experience with such things. Looking at Superintendent Yun, the guy asked him to save Xiao Yu. He agrees to pay whatever price it takes. The man said that the soul-destroying needle is very dangerous. It attacks the soul directly. If it was that young gentleman, he would have a solution. But this girl is not a practitioner. There is nothing he can do to help her. The guy thought, how can this be? It's all because of him. She got hurt because of him. He remembered her words. She'd said that, of course, if that traitor hadn't gotten in his way, the girl wouldn't have been kidnapped. It was still good to be back. She always told him she was fine. It was just a scratch. Take some medicine and it'll heal in no time. Mo Fan shouted that he would definitely find a solution. The superintendent said that it was strange. Although this girl wasn't a practitioner, her soul still hadn't dissipated. The boy realized that, in other words, she still had a chance to survive. The man replied that if there was something to replenish her soul, it was possible that it could work. Zhao asked the guy, is he completely stupid? Did he forget about the spiritual fruit? As a friend, it dawned on him, spiritual fruit is a good medicine to restore spiritual power. How could he have forgotten about it? Seeing him, the men looked at each other. The spiritual fruit is very rare. How did this guy manage to obtain it? It seems like he really has a patron. Mo Fan thought to himself that it should definitely have an effect. The deputy replied that it seemed like the spiritual fruit could only slow down the speed of the girl's soul dispersal. It didn't help get rid of the effects of the soul destruction needle. The biggest is 2 days old. Her soul is still being destroyed. The man said that based on the old man's knowledge, only an elixir of at least grade 6 could heal her soul, and such treasures were extremely rare. Superintendent Yun wondered, why doesn't the kid ask his mentor? Maybe he'll have a way? The guy thought for sure. More news about gossip and current events would be coming soon. Zhao replied to the guy that all news is random, so he can't guarantee anything. But if he praised this gentleman 100 times, who knows? Running out, the boy shouted that he was going to meet his mentor. Have Grandpa please look after this girl. The superintendent said that the Mo family was blessed this time. He had to go back to the pavilion to take care of a few things, and then he would pay them a visit. Lu Chongqing told the head that he was in ignorance and had trusted the elder's fiction so easily. The man replied that the alchemist was too polite. This old man should have apologized in advance. The man replied that it wasn't worth it. From now on he would supply more medicine to Mo's family. Just let the head not be angry. Corner replied that it was fine. Then from now on, the Mo family would rely on Chongqing alchemist. Mo Fan told the gentleman that he is distinguished by his outstanding ability and erudition. Happy to help others. With his superior abilities he outshines others. Just as suddenly, news gossip immediately appeared. Last night, family head Mo had dealt with several henchmen of the direct branch of the family. Thanks to this, the power of the direct branch had increased significantly. A close friend and master's maid was attacked by the soul destruction needle. Only the 6th grade Yin-Yang miracle pill can help her. Zhao said that the Yin-Yang pill, a 6th grade high-grade medicine. In the entire empire, there is no 6th grade supreme grade alchemist to be found. A group of embezzlers excavated a monk's tomb, and from there they stole a broken 3rd grade spiritual vessel. Taking it for worthless junk, they sold it in a small street market. Deep in the woods outside the city, a ghostly flower ripened. The guy didn't understand why there was no news about the miracle pill. What should he do now? The girl has only 2 days left. He can't just sit and watch her die. Zhao said that the ghost flower only grows in places with very dense and cold Yin energy. If her spiritual power is lower than that of a 1st grade alchemist, the flower will seal her, turning her into a living dead person. The guy realized that, in other words, they could exorcise the poison with another poison. By sealing the girl's soul with the flower, they could buy some time. He replied that it wasn't that simple. The treasures are mostly guarded by various demonic beasts. A 4th-order demonic beast comparable to the power of a spirit vein practitioner, the guy was no match for him. The boy replied that his mentor had told him the way to save the girl. Deep in the woods outside the city, there is a 4th grade medicinal flower. Once they bring it to the girl, the ghostly flower will be able to seal her soul. After that, the mentor will have enough time to heal her completely. Mo Fan told that there are powerful guardian beasts around the ghost flower. Grandpa and the superintendent need to be careful. Chief Yoon told the head that he could sense a ghost leopard inside the cave. The head replied that even if they teamed up, they wouldn't be able to stop it for more than 3 minutes. The guy says 3 minutes is enough. Once Grandpa and the superintendent take over, he'll slip into the cave and take the ghost flower. As soon as they showed their strength, the leopard immediately ran out of the cave outside. After inflicting the attack, the superintendent said to the chapter that the ghost leopard remained completely unharmed. They needed to increase the distance to apprehend it. Watching what was happening, the guy thought it was a great opportunity, then quickly ran to the entrance of the cave. Mo Fan finally found that ghost flower. He thought that once she swallowed it, he could seal her soul, temporarily keeping her alive. A ghostly leopard appeared in front of the guy's eyes. He realized that it was a cub, but even so, it was as strong as a 5th-stage ascetic Xiantian. But the time allotted to the maid is running out. He has no choice but to act and look for an opportunity. He realized that it didn't matter whether it was practical techniques or the body. The cub would be difficult to deal with, so it looked like the only thing left to do was to resort to combat techniques. After a few attacks, the guy realized that time was running out. They wouldn't be able to buy him much time. They still had to get out of there somehow. Mo Fan realized that the cub had called for help. The ghost leopard outside the cave would definitely hear it. The men didn't understand how there was another one inside. They needed to stop him to keep them from joining forces. The guy realized that there was no time left at all. He had to get the ghost flower. Mo Fan saw that the cub had started to gather his energy. Running up to the flower, he finally plucked it. Suddenly, the enemy released his energy. As soon as the kid dodged the attack, he said he'd gotten him. The cub wasn't about to let him go, so he went at it again. Mo Fan shouted at him not to think that the guy was afraid of him. After another attack, he ran to the exit and shouted that he would see him again. As soon as the boy ran outside, the head shouted that don't even dare think of touching his grandson. The guy yelled out what he got. There is one ghost leopard cub inside. They got the ghost flower, a couple of them. Superintendent Yoon has them chasing them. They need to find a way to throw them off. If they chase them all the way to the city, it would turn into a disaster. Mo Fan poked that they would move forward. There was a valley where they would set traps to get rid of them. The head replied that they were too close to them. How was the guy going to set traps? He said that the master had given him a spiritual artifact, saying that when faced with danger, luckily, the guy found a vulnerable spot before finding the spiritual artifact, otherwise it would have ended badly. Releasing the sword and shouting to him to unfold, the guy told him that they were stuck with the chi sword and now it was time for them to go. The guy told his grandfather that luckily they escaped fast enough or they would have been buried alive. The head replied that such was the case of a 4th-order demonic beast. Its death blow was unusual. Nevertheless, its strike had shattered the valley. It could no longer pursue them. Superintendent Yoon said that since they still managed to get the ghost flower, it was time to return. Looking at it, the man asked, "Is this the ghostly flower?" Truly, it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. Once the girl ate the flower, the man said that her soul is very weak. The guy should hurry to help her and give the whole ghost flower. Once he was done with his procedures, the guy immediately thanked Superintendent Yoon for his assistance. The man replied that well, the girl's spiritual power was no longer weakened, and according to her current condition, within 3 years she should not face any great obstacles. The boy thought that he would surely find a pill for the girl, as well as a way to rid her of the poison of the ghost flower. Turning to his grandfather, he asked where in the empire he could get the most expensive recipes for making pills. The head replied that, as far as he knew, there were only 2 places in the empire where the most expensive recipes could be found. One of them is the main office of the Alchemists Guild. The library contains all sorts of recipes. Among them, there will certainly be recipes for making Class 6 pills. However, the head had heard that the main department only selects alchemists of 4th grade and above, or the guy must have a genius knowledge of alchemy. The second place was the North Wind Academy. Zeo said that he was currently very far away from becoming a 4th grade alchemist. He immediately asked his grandfather how he could get into the North Wind Academy. The man said that only after passing the Spirit Wind Academy exam would he be able to enter the academy. Mo Fan asked, some insignificant exam? Is there any point for him to take it at all? The head replied that his cultivation should reach the 5th Xiantian stage or even higher. It's only half a month before the exam, so he might as well not hope to impress them. It was better for the guy to increase his cultivation and try to pass the exam next year. Cultivation at Xiantian's 5th stage? Even with his natural talent, would he be able to make a breakthrough from the 1st to the 5th stage in half a month? The guy remembered that there should be a news update on current events today. Here's if he could get his hands on an outstanding medicine or a top-tier technique. He realized that going to the Spirit Wind Academy right now was quite dangerous. Zhao shouted out what had arrived, then began to broadcast the updated news. The Spirit Wind Academy exam is gradually approaching. The Lord of Qinsong City allowed his son Qinfeng to successfully enter the Spirit Wind Academy. After paying a large sum of money, he persuaded a famous master at the 1st stage of spirit veins to keep an eye on him. The head of the Han family exchanged his alchemical pill-making furnace and a low-order 4th grade alchemist for a single brain ice pill. The next news was that 3 days ago on the south side of the forest outside of town, a 3rd grade healing herb, water-storing celandine, a cultivator died. He went deep into the forest to gather medicinal herbs, but encountered a 3rd-order demonic beast, a golden python. The boy thanked the elder for helping him. He would take good care of the treasure left behind by the elder. Mo Fan asked if Mr. Zeo could see. There are even training methods there to harden the body. There is no such thing even in the Mo family. Zeo replied that the harvest was indeed good. All these elixirs would be enough to help him in cultivation. The style of human-level tempering. Tempering the body of determination requires diligent cultivation. First, the body must be made to take on the appearance of a future flame, having reached the level of human flesh. Underground fire hardens the body. Lightning hardens muscles and bones. Temper the body with the spiritual artifact tempering method. With the help of heaven, create a form by tempering the body with a treasure. After a bright flash, Zeo shouted, practicing, so let him practice. The guy replied that the strength inside him had at least doubled. The training method of hardening the body is incredibly good. He realized that the spiritual pattern was starting to absorb more and more slowly. He should take the elixir and try again. The system tells us that the host's life points have exceeded 10. Does he wish to spend 10 life points to know about the old news in the future? Mo Fan said that Zeo is a fraud. Right now he only has 12 life points, an upgrade costs 10 points. Why would such a genius pay for an upgrade? Calling him an idiotic master, he asked his head for what? The 2-star version would open up new functions, which meant it would be easier to help his cultivation. The guy thought he shouldn't lie like that and look at him so angrily. The benefits after the upgrade should be big. Suddenly a voice congratulated the host and said the upgrade was successful. The news system switched to a 2-star version, opening up a brand new campus news function. The host should sharpen his attention to cultivation methods, technicians and alchemy, array installation, and artifact news. No one knew who would win 1st place this year and enter the Spirit Wind Academy. It was too noisy for Zhao. The guy replied that they say there are a lot of people coming to participate in the election. Chin Song said that the person next to him is a sixth elder of the Spirit Wind Academy. This election will be held under his control. Zhao thought that the old man was a simple teacher observer of the academy. He didn't expect that he would turn out to be an elder. The boy asked if it was possible that this famous teacher was that sixth elder. Award for 5th place, 1 primary stage training technique. 4th place, 1 primary stage technique. He listed all the awards that the top 5 would receive. People asked this time, were the awards so valuable? They realized that Qin Feng and Han Fengchen would obviously take the 1st and 2nd places. The boy thought the old fox was playing so calculating that he had prepared so many prizes for his son. Zhao replied that he should at least hold back a little and wipe his drool, choosing any treasure from the treasury of the head of the city as well as getting the seat of the strongest. How can a guy give that opportunity to others? Qin Chong said that this column is called crystal testing, which can test the qualification of a cultivator. All participants under the age of 20 can take the test. They will rank each person according to their qualifications. The top 16 ranked participants would move on to the next round of selection. Lin Hu shouted that he agreed to be tested. As soon as the guy touched the crystal test first, a voice said Second Heaven Xiantian initial stage. The testing crystal property of the North Wind Empire, which kind of is a universal testing method. In addition, it can also reveal the cultivation of a cultivator. After a few more guys, it was Han Fengchen's turn. His spiritual pattern was of the 3rd grade, cultivation at the 5th Xiantian heaven initial stage. People were surprised that he was the first with a 3rd grade spiritual pattern. The young master would definitely pass the election, successfully complete the certification, and enter the Spirit Wind Academy. Next in line was Qin Feng, from the Qin family. His spiritual pattern was of the 3rd grade, cultivation at the 5th Xiantian stage, late stage. Judging from the appraisal, this guy is ranked first. Suddenly, the guy asked them to wait. He said they weren't done yet. Mo Fan, the representative of the Mo family. People asked Mo Fan, isn't the trash destroyed by Mo's family? How did he even come to participate in the election? Didn't the guy lose his talent? Has he already recovered? Even if he recovered his talent, it was unlikely that his spiritual pattern would even be of the 3rd grade. Besides, his cultivation wasn't even at the Xiantian stage. Qin Song uttered a 5th grade spiritual pattern, cultivation at the 3rd Xiantian heaven middle stage. People were surprised because in the entire city, there had never been someone with a 5th grade spiritual pattern. Not only in the city, even in the entire Spirit Wind Academy. The man thought that instead of the strongest was meant for Qin Feng, no one could take it away. It looks like he'll have to change the rules in the 2nd round of the practice battle. Grandpa told the guy that he didn't expect that he had already reached the middle stage of the 3rd Xiantian heaven, but in the next round of practical battle, he needed to be careful. The man said that 16 people passed in the 1st round. The 2nd round of true power selection begins. This is a method of elimination by free combat. Participants can freely choose their opponents. The guy thought that was weird. Wasn't round 2 a knockout arena? How did it turn into a free-for-all? It must have been the head of the city who changed the rules, all for the sake of his son. One of the guys shouted that although his talent was powerful, talent didn't solve anything at the true power selection. The guy even took away young Master Feng's 1st place. This was reckless of him. Such a fledgling shouldn't have stuck his head out of his nest. Mo Fan only said one move. With a twirl of his finger, he was immediately next to the guy and struck. Qin Feng thought that this guy seemed to be cultivating body hardening. Furthermore, the limit of his body had already reached the human level. He shouted that whoever got rid of Mo Fan, the young master would gift one of the 2 higher-level spiritual artifacts. Han Fengchen joined his offer. The boy replied that fighting one-on-one was too boring. The young gentleman didn't have much time to play with them, so let them all attack at once. All the guys decided to attack together. They were all attracted by the offer of a reward. They started getting one by one. The guy told them not to be conceited, they had a chance. Lin Hu shouted that his tempering body was incredibly powerful. Let everyone use their strongest attacking technique on him, as in just the name of the technique. Ferocious Tiger Fist, Ferocious Wolf Fist, Throat-Smashing Palm, Mountain-Breaking Fist. Looking at them, the guy called them a bunch and galloping clowns. Using a fist of raging flames, no one survived. Looking at the guys, Mo Fan said that it was only the 2 of them. The guys were already standing and discussing the plan of action. Qin Feng suggested attacking together. The guy is just a daring body-tempering cultivator. As long as he didn't approach them with their cultivation, he wouldn't be an opponent for them. Han Fengqin used the suffocating water snake. Qin Feng summoned the heaven soul palm. Watching what was happening, the guy asked, is this all they could do? Mo Fan used the palm of the surging flame. From such a strike, those two guys flew aside. The guy asked Qin Feng, is he ready to admit his defeat yet? Or should he cripple him and then force him to fight him again afterward? Qin Feng asked, will he cripple him? The guy is the young lord of the city. Does he really want his Mo family to become enemies with the residents of the city head so badly? The old man shouted that if the guy now conceded to Qin Feng, the elder would give him the same reward as the first place in the election. This elder could accept him as his personal disciple. The guy asked he wanted Mo Fan to deliberately give in to Qin Feng, after which he shouted out a palm of surging flames. In response to his attack, the guy used a demonic golden palm Vajra. Laughing, said that apparently the guy didn't expect that he could use the middle stage earth technique. This young lord had just become the ultimate winner. The guy asked the middle level technician, I'm sorry, but he can do that too. It was a heavenly finger. He shouted that it was impossible. Where did his family's MO technique middle grade come from? Mo Fan replied that nothing was impossible. As soon as he wanted to hit the boy, the elder shouted for the boy to stop. He said if the elder made him stop, he'd stop. The guy doesn't really care about his reputation. Pushing the guy aside, the oldest on shouted that he wanted Mo Fan to experience death. Superintendent Yoon and the lad's grandfather asked, what is this elder doing? The man said to the sixth elder not to hurry. He is the head of the Yoon pavilion. Qin Song said to the chapter that he was not in his pavilion right now. Why is he hurriedly getting into trouble? The head said that the guy was a friend of his pavilion. If the second stage had been held according to the rules, he wouldn't have said a word. But wasn't it obvious that there was a lot of bullying going on? The sixth elder replied that the Qin family was a branch of one of the 4 great families of the Spirit Wind Academy. The winner's seat had been predetermined for Qin Feng. Even if this boy is a friend of his pavilion, he intended to kill Qin Feng. With such a heartless nature, he would never be able to enter their Spirit Wind Academy. Qin Song said that this guy seriously underestimates his family, asking the head to think thrice. As soon as he leaves, the man will end the matter, and afterward, be sure to thank him with treasures when he visits. The head thought that even though this family had some power, but compared to Mo Fan's mentor, it was drastically different. This time, he should protect this guy. After apologizing, the head said that he was on Mo Fan's defense. In addition, he will ask the city head and the sixth elder to settle the matter fairly. Otherwise, he would have to report it to Elder Moon. The men didn't expect to see a jade voice transmission amulet in his hands. It's a rare treasure with which you can transmit your voice. It's kind of like a telephone on Earth. Except that after the voice is transmitted, it will crumble over a period of time. The city head realized that the pavilion had spread throughout the Northwind Empire, its influence extremely powerful. Qin Kong replied that since that was the case, this city chief would no longer defame the good name of Chief Yun. In the city's first election, Mo Fong takes the first place. Stopping the head of the town, the elder said that since the lad had come first in the election, the reward so promised by the head of the town should be given to him. Turning to Mo Fan, the city leader told him to follow him to the treasury and choose his reward. The guy thought that they seemed to have misunderstood everything about the man behind him. That's why they were so angry. The people discussing that the city leader from the 6th Elder Academy just folded their arms. It seems like they don't dare to hurt the guy. The 6th Elder said that the first place in the first city election had been decided. The rest of the contestants, as soon as they recovered their breath, would tear for the remaining places. The head said that he would give him time to burn one stick of incense and choose a treasure. After it burns out, whether he chooses the treasure or not, he will have to leave the treasury. In 3 days, the guy will go to the Spiritual Wind Academy with him. Mo Fan thanked the head of the city. Zhao Tai asked why the guy was so overexcited. He can only take one thing. Considering how much good he has done lately, Zhao will help him once. The guy said they were bound to find something most valuable there. Zhao guided him to the right place. As it turned out, it was a tricolored pill of the long-lived turtle. It is a 4th grade pill of the highest order. If a cultivator takes it while at the peak of his spiritual veins, His lifespan will increase by 3 years. As soon as he swallowed it, a voice congratulated the host on taking the 3-colored pill of the long-lived turtle. She increased her life points by 54. Mo Fan was very surprised by this because it was so much. The guy kept repeating that he is cool. This is so cool. Immortality is no longer a dream. Zao replied to make the guy wake up. Let him take his time to update the campus news. After upgrading the news campus, the guy had access to Earth-level techniques. Zao replied that he should first use the news campus to understand the secret method of creating the 5 elements. He asked if the guy was happy, spending 10 life points just to run the campus news volume distribution function. The guy replied that there was some kind of mistake. Didn't the last cultivation only cost him 1 life point? How did it suddenly change to 10? Zao replied that the second volume of the Earth stage would obviously be more expensive. This is a fair price. The lack of life points is like a drug to him. Mo Fan replied that it was fortunate that he had a stockpile. Otherwise he would have gotten his hands on it. A voice said that Master had taken the life increase pill. Life points increased by 12. The news campus began the demonstration of the second volume of the secret method of creating the 5 elements, Heavenly Fire, cultivation method. The host broke through to the 4th heaven of Xiantian stage during cultivation. Life points increased by 5. The guy realized that now his chances of success in the second round of the Spirit Wind Academy trial had become even higher. The man followed so blindly into the treasury. It seems that the guy is followed by a distinguished and extraordinary person who is helping him. He said his time was up. The guy told me what they say. The second round of exams includes 3 stages. As a result of selecting the top 10, the competition will be quite fierce. Zao asked, is he afraid? Mo Fan replied that it was nothing like that. However, right now, the annoying problem prancing in front of his eyes needed to be dealt with. Qin Tianyu asked Qin Feng if he was talking about this person. The guy replied that that was right. He had taken away his place as the strongest. He asked the 4th stage Xiantian. It seems that his talent is higher than him. It might be unpleasant, but it seems like the guy isn't going to compromise with the Qin family. Mo Fan asked what good would a compromise do. They had already started the feud, hadn't they? The guy replied that was also true. At the attempted attack, the guy yelled that there was no reason for them to exchange pleasantries then. Mo Fan replied that it was quite rare to find such kind people. Qin Tianyu replied that it looks like he is really bad at fighting body-hardening barbarians. Let the guys pile on top of him. Qin Feng asked what happened? Who dared to meddle in the Qin family's affairs? The guy replied that their family was quite strong. The Grand Elder had officially forbidden the strongest of the academy from engaging in combat with those who came for the exam. Do they think it's okay to agree in words but do the opposite? Mo Fan heard that there are 2 stars in the Spirit Wind Academy, Fang Zixiao and Qin Chongquan. Their strength is higher than an ordinary person. Zao said that it feels like he doesn't have a good relationship with the Qin family. He is definitely a friend of theirs. You should talk to this senior. The guy said that they advised him to take up cultivation too to build up strength. They use their family's influence to intimidate others. Has he cleaned up yet? Qin Tianyu shouted that they should hurry up and run away. If they slowed down, they might get killed. Mo Fan said thank you to the senior for his help. He replied that it was not necessary. There was no need to call him senior. After all, the guy was not a student of the academy now, but only a candidate. He advised the boy to try hard. He should pass the exam, otherwise that family would not leave him whole. All of a sudden, the guy asked the elder had not felt a choking sensation in the center of his chest before. Fang Zixiao asked, how does the guy know? Apologized to the elder for being tactless. The guy touched him. The guy asked, what was that? Mo Fan replied that if he wasn't mistaken, the elder had consumed a poison pill from his heart as well. A low-order 4th-class pill, it is quite rare, and it is also particularly toxic. He said that the poisoned person might feel heavy in the chest and nervous, and during cultivation, it was impossible to focus the spirit. The longer the poisoning, the stronger the toxicity. When these blue hearts, inflammation attacks it. A poisoned person can lose touch with reality during cultivation, after which the body explodes and dies. He told the elder there was nothing to worry about. All he had to do was to accept the spiritual dew, the fruit and clear heart, the ice peony and the purple sunflower. The younger brother can help the older brother to cleanse the spiritual sunflower and prepare the detoxification pill. The older ones already only have to prepare the medicinal herbs. The guy, if he got into trouble at the academy, he could find him. Mo Fan thought that now he was not so weak in the Spirit Wind Academy. He didn't expect that so many people were eligible to take the Spirit Wind Academy exam. The boy thought to himself, so that's it. Looks like it's going to take a few weeks to get through the first round of the second round of exams. Qin Feng told Tianxin's brother it was him. The guy despises their family, so he also told them to roll over. If it wasn't for Fang Zixiao yesterday, the guy would have just destroyed him. Mo Fan asked why he had to leave when he would meet them again. If they want to find help, why don't they call them all at once? The boy said that it seemed like his brother wasn't exaggerating. People immediately wondered who was this person who dared to insult the Qin family? Where did this redneck even come from? He would be killed very soon. Qin Tianyu said that it seems like it has come to a scandal. Brother should not retreat, but only move forward. He told them to get the hell out of there. Even if he died, he'd never back down. To him, what he's capable of. Mo Fan replied that he wasn't interested in fighting him. Couldn't that idiot find some other brother? Someone shouted to everyone quietly. The guys thought this is the power, the spiritual vein stage is quite strong. The guy said that it seemed like he wouldn't be able to assess his strength this time. They would fight again. With a wave of his hand, Mo Fan replied that it was up to him. The sixth elder said that the second round of the examination includes 3 stages, the first stage being a pressure test. They told me that the rules for checking suppression are simple. At the entrance to the academy, there is a 100-meter-long chanlon. The pillars are 1 meter apart as a marker. As long as participants can complete 60 m, even if they pass the exam, they can qualify for the next stage of the exam. They heard that the exam was starting, so they all started running. They started competing. Everyone immediately began to fall to the ground. They shouted, "What a terrible suppression. They should hurry up." The elder told that those who fell to the ground would be eliminated. Qin Tianxin was only thinking that he should be the first. Zhao asked, "Why is this one standing up? Why isn't he in a hurry?" The guy replied that his future fire body had reached perfection. The first stage of suppression was nothing. Qin Feng asked the guy, "Are you scared?" Mo Feng replied that the other participants should rush forward. If he ran through the 100-meter changlon now, he would just beat everyone and become the first. Laughing, he asked everyone heard that. The scum in the 4th heaven Xiantian wants to be the first among the 100 participants. Even the first 50 haven't entered there yet. Warming up, the guy replied that since these guys were so ruthless, then he would show them. Now Mo Fan will show the difference. The guy thought it was impossible. What a fast speed. He's clearly got a lot of skill. Looking back, the guy yelled that it was too easy. People were surprised that it only took him 45 seconds. They said that as far back as they could remember, the fastest pressure exam was 1.5 minutes. It was done by some genius 10 years ago. He just so easily broke that record. One of the elders said that judging from the child's appearance, he was no more than 17 years old. And with this kind of cultivation, he could be considered a second genius. Mo Fan thought that looking at these people, it seems like suppressing an adult by half. The last part seems to be getting serious. After catching up with Qin Tianxin, the guy told him that he was walking so slowly. He asked, "Didn't the guy stand earlier at the very entrance?" Mo Fan replied that his goal was the finish line. He told him to stop dreaming. If the guy makes it to the end, this gentleman will change his last name to his. Mo Fan replied that he likes to be challenged. Mo Fan said that there are only 23 m left if he makes it to the end. He doesn't need him to take his last name. He has a pretty good spatial ring, just have him give it to him and that's it. Qin Tianxin replied that the spatial ring is worth 1 million. It also holds quite a few treasures. Who knows what lies in his whole bag? He realized this guy's not gonna get away that easy. Looks like we need to get something of value out of him. Pulling items out of his bag, the guy asked, "Then how did he get it all?" Qin Tianxin asked, "All these things the state of his family?" It seems like the guy is very confident. Since he wants to make a bet, Tianxin accepts it. Mo Fan said, "Well, he has determination. Since the deal has been agreed upon, the guy is going to give his best. But he won't refuse to pay the debt either." The guy thought, that fast? How does he do that? Mo Fan shouted that, if he didn't try hard enough, he would take away his spatial ring as well. He mentally repeated that he would not lose, for he must surpass him. Qin Tianxin asked, "Is he even human? So this is his limit?" Mo Fan replied to prepare the spatial ring. The guy will come to collect it soon. With his current cultivation, he's doomed. The guy won't make it to the finish line. He replied that if a guy couldn't handle it, it didn't mean that others couldn't either. Mo Fan thought about how the suppression of the spirit vein stage was really powerful. The station at 100 meters, the elder said it was very good. There goes the first place bud. Once the guy reached, Mo Fan told him that he had lost the bet. Let him take out his spatial ring and give it to him. Qin Tianqin thought about the fact that this guy is strange. Is it possible that he has a rare treasure that helps him? The guy said that if he likes to play, he should be able to pay, and then offered to compete in the second round as well. Mo Fan replied that it would be easy. He was surprised that the storage space in the spatial ring was much larger than the storage bag. Zhao said that the Qin family is worthy of being one of the 4-7 central city. They have a deep heredity. These two mid-stage martial techniques are in line with his cultivation. The elder shouted that all the participants had completed the tests of the first round of certification. A total of 63 people had passed, and they could go to the second round of certification. Qin Tianyu thought about how even Big Brother had lost to him. Looks like the guy will have to think of another method. The elder said that the past 63 participants let them follow. They are heading to the place of the second round of attestation. It's a small forest called the Forest of Fighting. The Spirit Wind Academy at this place is where the students receive special martial training. Inside the forest contains demonic beasts. There is no shortage of strong third-order demonic beasts among them. The guy thought to himself, aren't these beasts equal in strength to the ghost leopard? This isn't the second round of the second exam. The elder said that inside the martial forest, there was a two-tiered array that divided the contained demonic beasts into two parts. He would only open the first-tier array. The guy thought that with his current strength, he would be able to handle second-order demonic beasts. The difference in strength shouldn't be too great. Besides, he could use that practice to increase his cultivation. The elder said that the second round of certification is called Real Battle Certification. This test will show the combat abilities of the participants in practice. He said that everyone would enter the martial forest to kill demonic beasts, and then remove the left ear and the demon pill as confirmation. The time for everything was 3 hours. According to the success, Missouri Fan would enter the forest first. Qin Tianqin will be able to enter second after 10 seconds. The guy said that he would go first, and it seems that this time he would also go first. Qin Tianqin asked what did he mean by that? Does he not see him as an opponent at all? Qin Tianyu told him that of course not. Elder brother would be able to earn his points through strength, while he would earn his points through his intelligence. Zhao activated the News Compass, the Heavenly Fire Sword secret technique. It is a type of sword technique with the attribute of fire, and its power is immense. Explosive Step is a type of movement-based combat technique that can be used to greatly increase your speed when performing strikes and dodges. Apparently, the guy has Qin Tianqin to thank. That explosive move makes up for his lack of speed. The voice uttered the secret technique of the Heavenly Fire Sword, the beginning of cultivation, cultivation of small success, cultivation of medium success, cultivation of big success. The voice said he found him. The guy was yelling about Mo Fan being there. Zhao told the guy that he seemed to have a problem. He replied that since he had almost perfected the Heavenly Fire Sword secret technique, this swarm of flies annoyed him. As soon as the guy went outside, Qin Tianyu told him that here they were. Looking at him, the boy asked what was this kid up to again? Does he want to hold him off so his little brother can win at once? The guy said he just wanted to have a friendly exchange of blows with first place. It wouldn't take him long, 3 hours would be enough. Mo Fan replied that given his brother's temperament, he often gets into things he shouldn't. Mo Fan replied that he shouldn't tell him about it, because if he found out, that boy's shaking all over. We should all pile in together, finish him off, then see how capable he is. After which, they shouted for Qin Tianyu not to forget about the reward he had promised them. The guy told everyone to calm down. After everything was settled, everyone would be able to take a treasure from the spatial ring of their choice. Mo Fan replied that his time is very precious and the guy doesn't want to waste it on his minions. As soon as he began to reject the blows, the guys immediately began to surround him. Watching what was happening, Tianyu said that his body was really admirable. The guy realized that he could handle everyone without knowing combat techniques. Suddenly, one of the guys suggested that we all use combat techniques together. to come at him with full force. Looking at them, Mo-fan asked did the guys really think that he only had a sturdy body? After which he shouted the secret technique of the heavenly fire sword, heavenly fire sword. Now it was their time to receive them. Standing in front of them, the guy said they had already made their move, now it was his turn. Watching what was happening, the guys realized that he had become a ball cultivator. It was body hardening plus the super attack of a sword cultivator. Qin Tianyu wondered, was this really a heavenly flame sword art? How did the guy have the Qin family's technique? Mo-fan replied that it was obvious that his older brother had given it to him. He immediately thought that it couldn't be. For the sake of his older brother's reputation, he should take it back and return it to his family. Eldest brother would never teach outsiders their family's techniques. But then how did the guy find out about the heavenly flame sword art? Mo-fan shouted that he didn't have time to play with him. The guys immediately started shouting for him to stop and asked him how dare he. After a few blows, he still hit Qin Tianyu. The guy said that there was no escaping him. Mo-fan said that she is a long-time guy detained him. As compensation, he will take his ring. The guys also started yelling for him not to take young Qin's ring. After all, inside that ring is their reward. When suddenly he looked back and said he'd almost forgotten how long they'd kept him. As compensation, the guys would give him all their bags for safekeeping. They immediately started saying that they knew what they were doing was wrong. The guy took all their bounty anyway. They said he was a big man. They were just little people who knew nothing about the family's condition. Mo-fan replied that no matter how small a mosquito is, it wants meat. He's more than serious about robbing them now. Let him stop talking. Give it there and he'll let them go or they'll wallow there too. As for the exam, the boys will have to think for themselves. Run away, the guys shouted that they'll remember him for this. He'll die a painful death. Looking in the bag, the guy thought that it was really easier to get rich by robbing. Jiao told him that coming into this world, all his views on life had been trampled. Let him wake up soon, only 2 hours left. He thinks the demonic beasts will come to him on their own. As Qin Tianyu stood up, Qin Tianyu reflected on the fact that the guy had become stronger. He and his older brother were no match for him. It seemed that the only thing left to do was to inform his family. After dealing with another demonic beast, the guy said a total of 300. It was still not enough. But since they insist, it should be stronger. Demonic beasts at the late stage of the second order, their flesh should be incredibly strong. Tonight they will show him how strong their flesh is. Yet his flesh is also strong. They began to attack, and the boy fought back as best he could. The voice said that the method of tempering the body with raging flames had made a breakthrough on the degree of development of internal organs. Using a fist of raging flames, the guy struck the strongest blow. Looking at the beasts, he said that since he had broken through, they would leave their lives there. Mo-fan said that although it was a bit difficult, the harvest was worth it. The guy saw that the time was almost up, so he had to leave. The elder said that Qin Tianchen had a total of 860 points. Suddenly, Mo-fang appeared and said that he was afraid of disappointing him. Even if he got 860 points, he can't be first. The guy said, what can you do? It seems he's back to first. Tianchen thought that 3 hours had almost flown by and his brother hadn't come out yet. Passing by him, Mo-fan said that there was no need to wait for him. The guy had already played with him a bit. Thinks he'll sleep for a few more hours. Qin Tianchen said that he wasn't dead after all. After all, in this world, power says everything, and the guy understood that in the face of absolute power, any plot was meaningless. Mo-fan shouted, let the elder watch. 351 demonic beasts at the peak of the first order, 79 demonic beasts at the beginning stage of the second order, 25 demonic beasts in the middle stage of the second order, 2 demonic beasts in the late stage of the second order. A total of 1621 points. They realized that the highest second round score is 1,317 points. It was set by a genius 20 years ago and held for all 20 years. Who would have thought this guy would break the record today? Mo-fan said that he was very happy to set records. Zhao replied that he should be careful not to overdo it because he could become a target. The elder thought about the fact that this rascal is getting stronger and stronger. He can't let him take the exam anymore. The man needs to find a way to disqualify him. He shouted that the guy was just a mid-stage cultivator at the 4th Xiantian heaven. Even if his flesh is strong, how did he manage to slaughter all the beasts in 3 hours? So the guy was cheating. The guys thought that what the sixth elder said made sense. After killing so many demonic beasts, he wasn't even tired. The guy thought he was screwed. That old guy's picking on him again. Looks like he's gonna have to learn a lesson this time. Mo Fan asked if the old man was not taking revenge on him by using his position as a cover. The elder replied that, with irrefutable evidence, he still dared to argue. The fifth elder realized that he was a sword cultivator. Seeing his strength, he must have perfected to the realm of average success. Looking at the sixth elder, the man said that not only does the guy have a strong body, he is also a ball cultivator. Therefore, he believes that there was no cheating in the exam. The boy wondered the sword art of the heavenly flame sword. Had he really mastered their family's martial technique? Plus, considering his strength, the mastery of the sword art was actually less skillful than him. Zeo said that he didn't seem to be able to intimidate the guy. Mo Fan replied that if he wasn't a member of that family, he could have been his friend, but unfortunately, they all lose control of themselves. The 20 named top participants were to follow the fifth and sixth elders, while the rest would unfortunately have to leave the academy. Bowing to the grand elder, the fifth elder said that the contestants had arrived for the third round of the second round of the examination. He said that the third round of the exam was easy. They didn't need to work so hard. They would draw lots and fight in pairs. The winner would move on and the loser would be eliminated. The top 10 will be able to join the Spirit Wind Academy. The first place winner will have access to the library. The top 1 will be able to become a personal disciple of the elders, so they should push on. The elder announced that cards with 2 colors of black and white have been distributed. Those with different colors but the same number will compete. The third round of the exam has officially begun. Seeing that Mo Fan had the same color card, the guy said that it looked like they wouldn't meet in the first round. Let him not think of losing. The guy replied as if it was possible. The grand elder shouted black number 1 and white number 1. Have them come out to the battleground. Disqualification if leaving the battleground or voluntary refusal. Black number 1 has left the court, white number 1 wins. All blacks up to number 3 are out. The grand elder pronounced black number 5 and white number 5. Let them come out to the battleground. Suddenly someone says he admits defeat. He wants to abstain. Mo Fan replied that it couldn't be helped. The guys started yelling. What kind of joke is this? Why is he so scared? He's a man. They shouted to the elders that it wasn't fair. The guy thought about the fact that he made it to the third round relying on his strength, but he can't win it, and is afraid that even the others won't make it. The guys started running towards him and shouting that he was a coward's egg, he was gonna get it. The guy told them to challenge him one-on-one. Observing what was going on, the sixth elder asked what was this outrage. Those scoundrels put the examinations to absolutely nothing. In essence, this happened because of the participants from Group 5, they should be well punished. The Grand Elder asked, isn't this just a simple fight? Let them fight, and when they're done, they'll take the exam another time. It is not such a serious matter. He asked how about organizing a formal exam for those two first? The elder shouted the third round of the exam. The second-to-last duel begins. Tianqin said that the Qin family disagreed with the outside world, but he wouldn't have been able to succeed today without her. Even if his chances are slim, the guy can't back down. Mo Fan called him a moron and said that a duel doesn't need a reason. The guy said that's right, the winner takes all. Mo Fan added that he would be the winner. Tianqin repeatedly threw his punches. After the heavenly flame strike, everyone wondered if the guy was even alive. He said he has an incredibly hardened body. His body is incredibly strong. The guy's obviously some kind of monster. Mo Fan asked, what is this righteous speech? In fact, he's not bad either. Let him see how he roasted him. The guy replied that to defeat such a monster, it doesn't seem worth it to use conventional methods. And that's exactly what he wants to do. The second elder said that Qin Tianqin had actually made a forced cultivation breakthrough. This would result in the burning of all his potential. The elder asked what they should do. If something happened to that boy, how would they explain it to his family? Mo Fan shouted that he wouldn't give him a chance either. Let him get his crowning trick. As soon as the guy uttered the words heavenly flame, illusion, a huge number of swords appeared in front of him. Mo Fan was surprised to see so many balls as he couldn't move at all. The guy asked what he did to him. Watching from the sidelines, people didn't understand what was wrong. Why aren't they moving? Qin Tianqin said that as long as he could defeat him, Giving up the future meant nothing. In this duel, the victory is his. As soon as the guy swung his sword, he immediately realized that something was wrong. As it turned out, Mo Fan was able to get out. Attacking the guy, he yelled that he would be the winner today. After hitting his head on the ground, Mo Fong said that he was lucky he almost hit him, and he also scared him. Seeing that he had grabbed the guy's hand, Mo Fan asked that's how it is. He wants to tell him that he doesn't need his compassion or his mercy. The guy replied that he realized he had underestimated him. He now respected his choice. Just as Mo Fan wanted to strike the final blow, the guy felt his hand being restrained by someone. The chief elder said that he had won, so let him go. The guys immediately began to whisper, "Did the guy really win?" The young master of the family was brutally beaten, and this guy once again took the first place. The elder said that there was no threat to his life, except that he had overused his strength, causing him to go into a coma. The cultivation base was severely damaged, and he needed long-term care. Pointing his finger at the guy, the sixth elder asked, "Did he really have his hand up Qin Tianqin? Even if he entered the academy, it would turn out to be a big trouble for him in the future." The guy replied that the sixth elder's words were ridiculous. Each of them fought as hard as they could. The guy was mostly trying to take a life, so why didn't he try to stop him? The man shouted that this elder would smash his filthy mouth to pieces, then see how he would get out of it. The grand elder replied that in the midst of a duel, fists have no eyes, and therefore the fellow had not violated any rules of examination. The sixth elder thought that it seems like a guy, that's why he's protecting. But then what about the Qin family? The second elder said that he had never imagined that they would be able to meet a rare body-hardening genius in today's exam. Turning to the guy, the elder said that he wanted to take him as his personal disciple. He would pass on the ground-level body-hardening skill to him. The guys didn't expect that the second elder would actually decide to make him his personal disciple. They had heard that he was the third strongest in the Spirit Wind Academy. Mo Fan realized that if he worshipped him and gained his patronage, the Qin family wouldn't dare to attack his family. Besides, he had ground-level skills. Just as suddenly, a voice said to the guy to by no means agree. The second elder on the same as the sixth elder, and also in close relationship with the Qin family. The guy immediately realized it was the voice of a great elder. He replied that it wasn't bad. The guy was pretty quick to react. There were many thoughts in his head. Fortunately, the great elder had warned him, otherwise the guy would have fallen into a trap. The second elder asked if the boy had thought about the proposal. Mo Fan replied that he had thought about it and had no desire to agree, since his level was not enough to train the boy. The fifth elder was surprised that the boy refused. Is he really crazy? After all, he's a master in the fourth heaven of spirit veins. If a guy became a disciple of a second elder, a perfect cultivator's path would be waiting for him, all the way up to entering the academy, the highest academy in the empire. The elder said that his cultivation is at the fourth heaven of spirit veins, and the guy thinks he has nothing to learn. Mo Fan replied that they were looking down on the elder, believe it or not, but if he chose a battle technique from the library, the guy would guarantee that he would achieve little success within 3 hours. The grand elder thought that given the character of the second elder, he would give an unusually difficult battle technique. At what point did he even mention it? The second elder said fine, then he would give him a chance to prove himself, let him not worry about it. As great as the elder and thought, he wasn't going to make concessions to the guy. Shenmu's Palm, an Earth Supreme stage martial technique, among the thousands of martial techniques collected in the library of the Spirit Wind Academy. The guys watching from the sidelines said he'd driven himself to his grave. With his little talent, he'd gotten all cocky. Sitting back down, the guy said the countdown was on. He started up the news campus. After 3 hours, the second elder approached the guy and said that time was up. He detained them all and then asked him if he had succeeded in perfecting the technique. Mo Fan said not really. The elder said since it didn't come out, he had lost the argument. As they had agreed, he could dispose of it as he saw fit. The guy replied that it looks like the second elder can't wait to kill him. But he still can't dispose of the guy. The elder shouted, why not? Did he lie to everyone? Mo Fan replied that of course not. Although the guy hadn't made little progress in perfecting Shenmu's palm technique, however. Using Shenmu's palm, the guy replied that he had perfected it to the medium success stage. The grand elder said that the guy really has high skill. The guy only had to practice for 3 hours. It's unbelievable. Turning to the second elder, the lad asked how he felt about his progress with the palm. The man replied that he thought he was strong. The guys wondered if this guy was still human. They decided they shouldn't touch him in the future. Mo Fan thought that fortunately he had acquired one of the local top-level techniques. If he could get a few more, he could make a good profit. Zhao, hitting the guy, asked how many more times would he have to worry about him. With his current cultivation base, the guy had to forcibly enlist his life to apply his palm. Tishay asked the guy if the exam results had been announced yet. The guy said that the first place was taken by another named Mofang. In addition, young Master Tianchen was injured, and Tianyu failed the exam altogether. Grabbing the boy, Taisher asked him if he was lying to him. He answered his brother that how could he dare to lie to him? The boy told the whole truth. He said that for the past few days, the young mistress had been in closed cultivation. They shouldn't disturb her. As for that guy, he's going after him. He really wants to see how good that first one is. The elder said that the academy was divided into a training area, a residential area, and, as they had seen, a testing area. Their homes were in the residential zone. The houses are arranged according to their order in the exam. Since Mo Fan came first, his house is also first, the others have the same order. The boy complained to Zhao that he felt bad. He replied that for the next few days he'd better be sincere with others. Don't go out and cause trouble. The elder told them that they had better go home and rest. And let him remember, you can't be late for class. Looking at the excellent house, the guy said that the academy is decently called prestigious. It was time for him to take a good nap. Just as the guy was about to turn around, he noticed a fist flying towards him and managed to dodge. Taisher asked the first place with some kind of power. Looking at him, the guy felt like he was some kind of uncle. Thinking about the fact that he just got into the academy and he's already being bullied on campus. After the strongest punch, Zhao asked, is he alright or is the guy? That jock's cultivation is already at the spiritual bone stage. He hasn't recovered yet and can't be injured. Tasher shouted that he wanted the guy to realize that he shouldn't mess with the Qin family. Fang Zixiao stood in the way of his punch. The guy told him to go back and told Qin Chongqun to stop going to the academy to look for this guy. Otherwise, he would not be so polite to her. Tasher asked not at what he thought the young mistress of their family was afraid of him. He said he'd had enough today, meeting a first-place legend. On the face of it, he's not as good as they say he is. The lad told his elder brother that if it had not been for him, he would probably have been buried there today. He replied that it was not worth his grace. If it had not been for the great elder, he would not have come there. Mo Fan asked who is that person, and who is Qin Chongqun. Fang Zixiao replied that his name is Tai Shi. He is the loyal dog of the Qin family. Qin Chongqun is the young mistress of the family. She is known for her talent and determination. In short, she is a complicated woman. The boy thought that looking at the older one, she seemed to be very hard to handle. He didn't expect the young mistress of the family to be a woman. The people greeted the young mistress as she came out of her recluse. As soon as the girl came out, she immediately asked where Tai Shi was, after which she ordered him to call him to her. The teacher told me that the path of deep alchemy is multifaceted. To be on the path of alchemy is to succeed. It is necessary to have a great understanding of medicinal herbs. Mo Fan said that what the teacher was talking about was much worse than what was in the low-level herb catalog. Zhao agreed with that. Shen Yunting asked the student sprawled on the table, what was his name? The man didn't expect someone to dare yawn in his class. The guy said his name was Mo Fan. Then he said that the teacher's story was too short. It's too boring, it's very boring to hear. The teacher started yelling that he was nothing more than a new student. The guy was not only disrupting class discipline, but disrespecting the teacher. Mo Fan replied that since he wasn't welcome there, he would go. In any case, this lesson doesn't make sense. The teacher clicked for him to stop. The Pill Hall of the Spiritual Wind Academy teaches the class's knowledge of alchemy. The boy replied that he had no intention of coming there to begin with. How did a trash alchemist with that level even enter the Spirit Wind Academy and become a teacher? He replied that if the guy was so talented, then let him try it himself. If the guy can't teach anything, then let him not waste the student's time and blame the teacher for taking appropriate action against him. Mo Fan replied that he would definitely try. He told me that the flower is a second-class medicinal material. By purifying it, a low-order second-class pill could be created. Then he told me that it was the fruit of the white wolf, a class 2 medicinal material. It is the main key medicinal material for refining the mid-stage pill. Next in line was the red fire spirit herb, which is a first-class medicinal material. It grows in very hot and dry places. The man shouted that it was impossible, it must be a coincidence. Now let him tell them what all those medicinal materials are called. Mo-fan said that it is earth ginseng, a second-class medicinal material. It is the main medicinal material to create the second middle-order pill. Next was the Qingmu spiritual fruit, a third-grade medicinal material. It is the main one for creating the third low-order pill. Just as the boy started to tell about the grass of the drizzle, the teacher interrupted him with his shout. He shouted that even if the guy was right about what he said, he had still committed a flagrant offense by questioning the teacher's competence. Mo-fan replied that not only was his level of teaching unfit for anything, the man himself lacked the basic qualities to become a teacher. At that moment, the principal entered the office. He shouted that the teacher was spoiling the virtue of Tao with his disgusting qualities. He immediately stripped the teacher of his position and had him removed from the academy. Falling to his knees, the man began to tell the headmaster that he was possessed by a ghost. He realized that if he lost his status, those he had wronged earlier would surely come and kill him. Throwing him aside, the principal shouted that he had 10 days to get out of the academy. Otherwise, he would die without pardon. They understood that the director of the Spirit Wind Academy was strong. He was at the 7th heaven spiritual vein stage. That's where the courage to kill came from. The director asked him to tell about the name, its medicinal properties, and its usual growing place. Mo-fan told him everything. The principal then asked how the kid would look at taking over as pill hall teacher. The boy asked him to become a teacher. The principal said that the last teacher was expelled, so there would be no teacher in the pill hall temporarily. He asked, wouldn't it be right to have someone with a wealth of knowledge of medicinal materials teaching? The guys didn't understand who Mo-fan was. The Grand Elder said that according to the rules, a teacher must be at least a third-rank low-grade teacher. The guy was not confused and immediately asked what are the benefits of being a teacher. He doesn't want to be just labor for free. The principal replied that as long as he was a teacher for a month, the medicinal materials needed for practicing alchemy, he could take as much as he wanted. Mo-fan said to the director that the one could not worry, he would do this 1-month course. He understood that the Spirit Wind Academy would supply the medicinal materials for free. Since the boy agreed, he could start teaching right away. Zhao told the guy that the news had been updated, then asked if he wanted to watch. The guy immediately replied that of course he would look at it. How he had waited a long time for this. It's great after all. The first news was that the academy teacher had been expelled. He was now surrounded by many hostile families. Not only had all his limbs been broken, but he had also been robbed. The second news was that a low-level cultivator had accidentally found the treasure map. Since he was a low-level cultivator, he entrusted the map to the Yun Pavilion. It would be auctioned off today. The boy began to soar with joy. From now on, let her call him Boy Treasure. Mo-fan asked why Zhao was frozen. He would just on his way to ask senior disciple Fang if he had prepared the medicinal materials. If not, he would buy them at the auction at the same time. When he saw the boy, Fang Zhixiao asked why he had come there. Mo-fan replied that he had come because he was looking for him. He asked whether he had prepared or senior medicinal materials. Fang Zhixiao replied that so far, only 2 types had been able to be gathered, besides the spiritual blue eye and the essence knowledge fruit. Mo-fan said, why doesn't senior go to the auction house with him? They should probably be there. At the same time, the boy would help him understand the authenticity of the medicinal materials. The guy replied that he was relying on him then. Mo-fan shouted that the radiance of the handsome guy is so dazzling. Compared to him, the guy is clearly intimidating. Mo-fan asked about the younger sisters. Was it normal for them to follow them all this time? The guy replied whatever they did, there was no malice in it anyway. The guys got to the auction house. The host said that the Earth Lodge was offering 200,000 for the fruit of knowledge. He asked if the Lodge of Heaven could raise the price again. He didn't understand what the hell was going on. Every time he participates in an auction and is about to buy something, the man from the Earth Box constantly starts opposing him. The guy thought that they should find out who is the man serving the land and why is he so focused on the elder. If he doesn't figure out how the card is dealt, No amount of money will be enough. He asked his little sister to come over. The girl asked the young master if he needed anything. The guy said that she obviously knows the person on the earth bed better. The girl replied that they have rules. They can't reveal information about clients. Pointing at his friend, the guy asked him if he was super handsome, right? If she tells him who is on the bed of earth, he will give her a fetus of a body with his image on it. She replied that even if it was a fetus of the body, the girl could not say that the person behind the lodge earth was the Qin family's mistress. The boy told the elder that it seemed that the Qin family's lady who had come for him was there. He didn't understand when he had managed to offend her. The girl had been targeting him since they first met. Mo Fan said it seems that between the senior and that woman has gathered history for at least 300 episodes. The guy asked what kind of rebuff. Although it cost a lot of money, the fruit of knowing the essence is now in her hands. The 15th auction lot was a low-order third-grade elixir. Everyone immediately began to name their price. The highest was 1 million. As the presenter suddenly shouted out that the Earth Lodge was offering 3 million, then asked would anyone offer a higher bid, the announcer shouted that from the best lodge in the sky the bid was raised to 10 million. The man told Mrs. Qin that the auction house has rules. She can't barge into someone else's box like this. The girl asked, does Fang Zixiao really not care about his people? Is he going to pay 10 million for 3 bottles of concentration pills? The guy replied that he had nothing to do with it at all. Mo Fan said that his money, he can spend as much as he wants. At Mr. Manager's video, the girl said she didn't care about it, but someone was interested in it. The manager said Ms. Qin is right. Yun Shan said that if he can't pay back said scene, it will be a blow to the pavilion. Does the man think that the person Mr. Fang invited shouldn't have done such a thing? Fang Zixiao replied that it was fine. Even if he couldn't pay, the guy was still there, right? Then he asked if he was sure he could handle it. Mo Fan replied not to worry about the guy. Let him observe him. He said that all of this should be enough as his evidence. After seeing everything, Mr. Manager replied that it was enough. Then he said that the auction would continue. Approaching Madame Qin, the guy asked what was wrong. Was the girl scared of his finances? The girl replied that she couldn't believe that Fang Zixiao had helped him financially with such a huge amount of money. Does he think he can fool her with that? Then she called the guy shameless. Fang Zixiao replied that the money had nothing to do with him. The girl said that if he wants to play, then let him play with her. But she also has to set the terms. She began to say that some evil people deliberately raise the price. No matter how much the price is shouted, no matter if he gets any of the items, all the money is paid to the auction house. Mo Fan asked what did it mean? A broken sinking ship with gold? Would he rather die standing up than live on his knees? The girl replied to stop him from talking nonsense. Her ring has 24 million. Can he take out something more valuable? Laughing that let him apologize. He still had 24,012 liang silver left. Madame replied that Fang Zixiao had won. But he probably doesn't know that he spent almost 20 times the price when he bought those 3 bottles of spiritual concentration pills. The guy once again replied that it wasn't his money. Mo Fan said that anyway, all this money was lost to him by Qin Tianyu. The girl can consider it as Qin family's expenses. The girl shouted sharply that he was going to get it from her. Fang Zixiao shouted that she should follow the rules there. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson or two. As she left, the girl shouted that he was a bastard and slammed the door shut. Smiling, the guy said that there was no money, that's why he was acting so violently. He managed to gain experience. People didn't understand why there was no movement on the skybox after hanging 10 mil. They saw that the manager went there. It should be resolved soon. Fang Zixiao told the guy that people downstairs were saying he was going since he spent 10 million on 3 bottles. The guy replied that if they found out how much he actually spent, wouldn't they go crazy? The host shouted congratulations to the skybox. They purchased their concentration pills for 24 million and 12 liang of silver. The man said that despite some difficulties, the next item in their auction was a scroll with recorded unknown information. After examination, it was found to be a map. The starting bid is 100 grand. The announcer shouted out that the Sky Lodge had immediately offered 300,000. Then he asked if anyone would offer more. Mr. Manager said that they were young masters' things, spiritual concentration pills, and a treasure map. On his own initiative, he decided to return some of the silverware. 3 bottles of spirit pills aren't worth that much money. The guy replied that it wasn't worth it. Did they take it from them now? But since the man was so sincere, could you give him a couple bottles of spiritual life-giving water and spiritual concentration pills? The manager replied that it was easy. Walking down the road, the guys were discussing how the guy had done that girl today. He asked how the guy had the confidence to throw money around. He said the older guy wasn't interested. Fang Zixiao said that if he thinks so, it doesn't matter. After all, the guy is an alchemist who will help him refine the spiritual sunflower cognition pill. Mo Fan replied that the guy was too frivolous. He replied that he used to act a little informal before, but he thinks things are better for him now than ever. The guy said maybe. Mo Fan told the senior that he really is interesting. Let the guy show him something interesting. Today, he went to the auction house specifically for this scroll. It really does hide treasure information. He only needs a couple drops of spiritual life-giving water and let him watch. The location of the treasure appeared. The boy shouted that it was the mountain range of raging winds. Fang Zixiao said that if he was not mistaken, this place should be in the north of the Fengling region, the Raging Wind Ridge. Mo Fan shouted out what he had decided, then asked the elder if he would go treasure hunting with him. The guy asked, does he even know what he's talking about? It's a treasure map. How can he talk about it so easily to others? Mo Fan replied that he is someone else to me, he is his friend. Fang Zixiao said what a big word that is. Holding out his hand, the boy motioned for the older man to come along with him on his treasure hunt. The guy replied that since he was his friend, he could call him Zixiao. Mo Fang replied that he would meet him in 4 days to study the spiritual sunflower pill. He has made quite a bit of progress in purifying the pill of knowing the essence of the spiritual sunflower. It's time to come to his friend and give him the antidote. Afterward, we'll go on a treasure hunt right away. Seeing the huge line, the guy wondered what was going on there. Looking at the signboard, he realized that all these people were there to get certified as alchemists. By the way, the guy doesn't seem to have an alchemist badge yet. He realized there were too many people at this certification. The line didn't seem to move until a few days later. Seeing a second door nearby, the guy wondered why there was no one near it. The guys immediately saw that the guy went there. They wondered who he was. One of them shouted to him that there was an aisle for the genius in. Let him go and get in line. Mo Fan was surprised that there was also a genius passage. It's just like him. Thanking the guys standing in line, the guy said he was definitely going there now. Calling him little brother, someone said that one cannot enter the gate by chance. The road for geniuses is not a place where ordinary people can go. Only alchemists under the age of 21 and under, as well as the second rank level, are able to walk this road. Mo Fan replied not to sweat it. The guy is a genius among geniuses, certainly has enough qualifications. Stopping him, he asked where his alchemist badge was. Let him show him his badge. He had to make sure the guy was a genius to let him in. The guys were watching everything that was going on. The guy thought it looked like he had no other choice. He said that this was a subconscious pill of the essence of the spiritual sunflower, which he had purified himself. He shouted that the guy was lying. The chairman said that there were a lot of crooks everywhere nowadays who were very fond of cheating idiots. The chairman had repeatedly warned him to be careful, and if he encountered a vile caller, to nail him with the lightest of techniques. He told his younger brother not to argue with him anymore, to go over there and get in line. Suddenly, something strange started happening. Mo Fan shouted that soul power shows his qualifications, right? He said that the representative said, soul power can judge an alchemist's level. The guy is a second-rank higher alchemist. His soul power is obviously higher, so he can enter. Luckily, he's witty since he remembered or soul power. Otherwise, the guy would have definitely embarrassed himself today. The alchemist certification will now begin. The attestation is divided into 2 points. The first point is basic attestation. The second point is level attestation. The basics assessment is to recognize all the medicinal herbs in the corridor and tell the properties of the examiner. If a single mistake is made, the attestation ends there. The level certification is to create a pill from the herbs available in the corridor. The grade will depend on the level of the pill made. Mo Fan thought that this was quite interesting. From the inner room of the alchemist branch, the guy was being watched. Wei Kenyun asked, was he unable to move because of that guy's soul power? He replied that yes, but everyone else was dizzy. The branch representative replied that it was a pretty good talent. He wondered if he could pass the special test. Mo Fan walked over and said, here is the pill he purified. The representative asked how could it be so fast? Mo-fan asked, is this another unique way of congratulating the Alchemists Association? Wei Qianyun asked, has the guy already failed the certification? Why did he quit so early? Mo Fong replied that no, he had finished, so he went out. Throwing the pill, he said it was the one he had cleared in that room. The man was surprised, for it was the well-known third-class pill. He cleared it in just half an hour. He realized that this boy was a genius. Looking at the man, the boy asked if he was the examiner. Did he pass or not? Wei Qianyun replied that he had passed, definitely passed. But before handing him the badge, the man would like to ask Junior, is the guy interested in representing their Finlin County branch to participate in the Niden Genius War? The guy asked, do they always lure people in like this? Is there no one in their branch? The man replied, how can there be no one? How can there be no one in the branch? Let the guy not pay attention to these details. In a word, participation promises great benefits. Whether it's an elixir or the attention of a renowned master, up to and including the recipe for a top-tier pill. There was only one word left in Mo-fan's mind. A recipe. This might be his chance to find the yin and yang soul fusion pill. He asked if the manager could elaborate on what that war of geniuses of Niden was all about. The man asked if they had gotten to the point where they were asking for help from outsiders. He replied to the chairman that with this little brother their branch could definitely win. He asked Min how it could be so simple. After all, this is a competition among the alchemists of the North Wind Empire. Once again, hidden dragons and sleeping tigers appear there. In addition, Ouyang and the genius Niden of the first family in the Dao Empire will be participating in this competition. That guy thinks it will be hard to win. Mo-fan is thinking about the war of geniuses. Maybe there will be information about the yin and yang soul fusion pill. He needed to meet with Zhixiao right away. He needed to find the treasure, raise his level in alchemy, and bring Xiao Yu to his senses as soon as possible. He asked how the guy was feeling now. Zhixiao replied that after a day of improvement, after consuming the spiritual sunflower essence consciousness pill, he felt much better. They arrived. The guy said the map led here. But there's nothing on the scroll about special conditions or signs. Is there? It just shows the location, so is this rod the treasure? Mo-fan replied that no, it's not a pond. It must be at the bottom of a pond. The guy replied that he was right, it must be. Zhixiao touched the water and said that this pond has an abnormally low temperature. But the water in the pond itself does not freeze. Now it's clear that the treasure is definitely there. It turns out that there is only one thing to do now. Thinking briefly, the guy told him he'd dive in the pond. They decide to determine the winner via rock, paper, scissors. Loser dives in. Without thinking long, the guy called out to Mr. Zhao. He asked what he wanted. The news hadn't been updated yet. He asked him to tell him what Zhixiao would do next. Zhao asked, who does the guy think this gentleman is? Let him not think that he would help him cheat. Shouting rock, paper, scissors, Zhixiao said that he had won. The guy didn't understand what he was in for. As soon as the guy returned, he yelled for Mo-fan to be careful. Maybe there's some kind of mechanism downstairs. The guy thought how cold it was, which was why he didn't want to go into the water. Suddenly he saw glowing eyes at the bottom. Zhixiao, he hasn't come up yet? Is it possible that it is so cold that he is stiff? Seeing the bubbles on the surface, he thought he was finally back. He saw a purple cold snake in front of his eyes, who asked him if he had any idea how cold it was underwater. Zhixiao asked, did the guy really transmigrate into the body of a purple cold snake? As soon as her mouth opened, the guy asked, at a time like this, does he still manage to make jokes? He said that it looked like they would have to deal with the monster first to get the treasure. Mo-fan replied that tonight's dinner was snake stew. Zhixiao that he has everything under control. This purple and cold python is a bit strange. The guy should be careful. Mo-fan asked, is this the hidden talent? It is very cold. Zhixiao replied that although the latent talent for extreme cold, ice and frost is extremely rare in monsters, but there was nothing to worry about. The guy yelled to look, he's self-repairing. If not wrong, this cold maelstrom gives the purple cold snake a huge advantage. If a guy doesn't want to be his victim, he should release something incredibly strong and blast the snake. Mo-fan replied that it sounded cool, he liked it. He yelled out that he had an idea. The guy replied that given their current situation, they could blow the snake up instantly. Mo-fan replied what a coincidence, he thought about it too. The guy used the wind to fan the fire, and his friend used the fire to help the wind. They shouted an air fire blast in unison. There was no trace of the python left. After looking at each other, the guys breathed out a sigh of relief because they had handled him. Suddenly, someone attacked Mo Fan from behind. Zixiao yelled for her to get out. He immediately asked how the guy was doing. Mo Fan replied that he was fine. Zhang Meng told the young master not to waste his breath. Right now, he was exhausted and couldn't do anything. But even if he did have energy left, what could he do? Grabbing the guy by the hair, the girl asked, "Is this his friend?" He obviously didn't look very good. Zixiao asked what she came to Fengling County for. Shouldn't the girl be in the Imperial City? Besides, why did she attack his friend? Zhang Meng replied that master is such a retard. She only still exists because of him, and since he's not in the Imperial City, what's she to do there? People were discussing that the young gentleman was very strange. He gave grain again. They said he was a very cold person. She crawled and kept asking for help. The girl asked for food. He appeared before her eyes and she thought how handsome he was. Then the question came into her mind. Who is he? God. She liked the way he looked. As soon as the girl woke up, she immediately went outside. He asked her what her name was. She replied that Zhang Meng. Then Fang Zixiao replied that she would be his servant from today onwards. She doesn't have a bad talent. It's a relatively rare poison yuan pattern. Combined with these paired poison bone artifacts, she would be able to reach her full potential. However, before she can improve herself, she needs to learn literacy. The girl asked literacy. He said that the Wind Empire is not a single empire. It is subdivided into the main empire, namely the three great empires. The Zhang family is in charge of the empire's bank and the Lei family is in charge of the army. Regardless of preference, everyone is in charge of their own place whether they want to be or not. Since she is his servant, it is impossible for her not to know the words. Zhang Meng asked if the master liked his position. Fang Zixiao replied that she shouldn't worry about it. A subordinate came up to them and said that he had something important to tell the young master. He said that the Xiao family was determined to join the Lei family demon. The gentleman replied that they were perfectly proficient in artifacts, and by joining under the wing of the army, they would complement each other. Knowing the size of his Fang family's strength, they decided to tangle with the Lei family. Looks like we'll have to control their clan's actions. The guys were yelling that they'd fight shoulder to shoulder. No matter how strong he is, Xiao Yan shouted that as long as his family wanted to get hold of the artifact tempering technique, he would dare me to kill him. Fang Zixiao asked, "It seems like the guy thinks that he won to kill him?" Called Zhang Meng over. She immediately came running over and said that she didn't come on purpose. The girl was just worried about the young master. As soon as she arrived, the young master immediately ordered this guy's arm to be broken. He asked, "What kind of joke is this?" Fang Zixiao replied that he had already told him. After all, everyone has their own place, whether a guy likes it or not. There are things that need to be done. So now, if she doesn't want to, as suddenly the girl interrupted him and told the young master that she was ready. Zhang Meng said that she was the young master's servant, and this was what she had to do. Standing next to the young master, the girl asked, did she do something wrong? He replied that she did a great job, just a gentleman thought. For the sake of the family, these hands are full of blood. Zhang Meng, young master, doesn't he like it? He replied that as a young master of the family, whether he liked it or not, some things must be done. She immediately said that if the young master didn't like to smear his hands in blood, the girl was willing to replace the young master's blood-stained hands. What the young master didn't like, she would do. He replied that then the girl would have to work hard. Since that time, she vowed to work hard. The girl wanted to get stronger, to become as strong as the young master. Only in this way could she ease the young master's time. Only in this way would the young master no longer suffer. He deliberately lost that fight, allowed the foundation to be destroyed to escape from his family. Then what did she suffer for? Zhang Meng shouted that she had poisoned him, and he didn't notice. The young master picked her up, but then left her behind. She said she was disappointed in the young master, so the girl must bring back the old master. Fang Zixiao asked what the girl was trying to accomplish. Mo Fan had nothing to do with it. She said she was. Zixiao asked if the guy was okay. Mo Fang replied how could he be fine since he was stabbed by someone. Not really though, the guy has hardened his body so he recovers quickly. This little wound is no problem for him. Mo Fan asked who he was. The girl shouted that he had better worry about himself. The young master is definitely fine. How could she harm him? The girl doesn't know if the young master told him. At this moment, Zixiao shouted for the guy to be careful. She has a rare spiritual poison pattern. He asked the boy to be careful, but don't let him get poisoned. Mo Fan replied that it was too late. He had been poisoned. Zhang Meng advised him not to twitch so much. Her poison was inside him. Even if the guy had tempered his body, the accelerated movements would only help him die faster. Even if it wasn't for her spiritual poison pattern, the guy is too exhausted since he is in Shentian's fifth heaven. As if he could be her opponent, Mo Fan realized that his head was spinning. This was indeed going to be difficult. The girl shouted to the young master that it looked like his friend was going to die soon. Suddenly she realized that her body had stopped moving. Zixiao told her that it seems he has to teach her a few more rules. The girl replied that that's right, that's the way it should be. The young master had obviously returned. Let him see how much she has grown over the years. Zhang Meng replied that the subordinate obeyed. She remembered that the young master had once said, the subordinate had a very rare spiritual pattern, and if mastered with the right skills and techniques would become rarely powerful. Unfortunately, such skills and techniques can only stumble upon by chance. The subordinates were left to come up with something new, and subordinate discovered she can extract poison from anywhere and wound an enemy with it. The young gentleman asked at what cost. She always liked such reckless moves. She asked the price, after which she replied of course it was her. Did the young master know? Poisoned people become quite unhinged, and just before they die, they explode so delightfully. Because it is poisoned, man becomes insane. What happens if you poison both heaven and earth? The girl told the young master that now she could poison not only living beings. All she said was order the poison dragon to appear. She asked the master, and that's it? His subordinate has grown all these years just like he wanted her to. From one attack, she flew aside. The girl said she was worthy of the young master, but his injured friend was in a bad position. Fang Zixiao shouted to her to get out of the way. The girl asked the young master was so impatient. He must already be feeling breathless and dizzy. Since she could poison heaven and earth, her poison could poison even his mental strength. She told the young master that his sword art had power and hidden potential, and given his talent, he wouldn't be easily poisoned. The young master is now poisoned by her venom, and his friend is on the verge of life and death. He knows best what to do. Fang Zixiao asked, so is this her goal? Let the young master kill her himself. She thought that being saved by him and dying in his arms would be the end. She would never agree to be forgotten, abandoned by him. The guy asked, is he there too? The girl yelled for Fang Zhang to let her go. The guy replied that the family did not need the loss of fighting power right now, especially a strong loyalist, not a traitor. Now is not the time to be messing around with her. Fang Zixiao, what's the guy trying to say? Did something happen in the Fang family? After which, the master turned his attention to his hand. He asked the guy to tell what happened in his family. Fang Zhang replied that what happened in their family had anything to do with him. Then he asked if his friend was drowning there. Isn't there anyone interfering with him now? Isn't there a rush to save him? Diving into the water, the guy thought about bringing Mo Fan back, then returning home and finding out everything. He didn't understand why this cold pool was so deep. Where was that guy after all? Suddenly the guy realized it was bad. An old wound had opened up. The poison is still inside him. Mo Fan shouted for Zixiao to wake up quickly. All the water in his mouth flew at the guy, and then he asked if he could finally breathe. Zixiao was glad that the guy was fine. He thought he was dead. Mo Fan replied that it was great that they were fine. The guy asked, is this a cave? How did he suddenly find himself in it? He replied that, in fact, they were inside a cold pool. The boys didn't expect to find a cave at the bottom of the cold pool. They didn't wonder how it was possible. Mo Fan replied that nothing was impossible. And besides, hadn't he noticed that all the wounds on them had disappeared? The guy asked, how did this happen? He had forcibly damaged his foundation earlier when he was poisoned by the girl, and now he only felt a slight chill. Mo Fan replied that it's all some treasure. Who knows what treasure is hidden there? Suddenly they saw a frosty striped python in front of them. As they got closer, the boys realized that it was just a discarded skin. Fang Zixiao replied that it was strange. How could a snake shed its skin in such a cold place? The temperature in that place is not low at all. It seems there was a nest of a frost-striped python there. The guys thought that it was pretty weird, they should be more careful. Still, they decided to go and look below. They decided to discuss who would do what next. The guy said that although his foundation was damaged, his cultivation was still intact. He didn't know if there was anything he could do to help. Mo-fan replied that if he needed his help, he would just let him know. Looking at the light, the guys saw that it was a spiritual fountain. They didn't expect to find a spiritual fountain at the bottom of the cold abyss. But if found, it would cause a war between countless forces. Mo-fan replied that unfortunately, it had been swallowed by the striped frost python for a very long time. Although the spring was still intact, there wasn't much left of the spring. Zhixiao, his foundation is damaged, and forcibly blown up the root. The spiritual source will do him no good. Despite the top, the guy shouted that no way, this purple stuff according to legends has divine healing ability, it's 1,000-year-old ginseng. The guy said he had only seen it in the family's ancient scriptures. How could it appear in such a place? Mo-fan replied, what difference does it make? He can rebuild its foundation. Zhixiao started shouting that this is a king-level medicinal material. It's incomparable, priceless. How can a guy talk about absorbing it? Does he even know that if he is absorbed, the cultivation might just fall apart? Let him be absorbed, his head is full of shit instead of brains. Without thinking long, the guy just stuck his friend's millennial ginseng in. The guy thought that just at first not without spiritual bones, but already completely, his foundation should be strong. It was not for nothing that he began to absorb the spiritual source. He wondered what the same thing was happening to his friend now. Would he be able to completely absorb the healing properties of the 1,000-year-old ginseng? As Mo-fan suddenly shouted a wow, the guy's spiritual pattern began to disappear, after which there was a violent explosion. Fang Zhixiao asked if he was fine or a guy. He replied that he was fine, just a little dizzy. The guy said that he just didn't succeed in controlling the power. Mo-fan asked his spiritual pattern and his foundation. He replied that his spiritual pattern had improved. The 5th grade storm had advanced to the spiritual pattern of a 6th grade hurricane. It was all thanks to him. The 1,000-year-old ginseng not only restored his foundation, but also helped him make a big breakthrough. The guy replied, what's wrong with him? Now he has the power of late-stage spiritual veins. That's what everyone will be surprised when the guy comes home. Seeing his friend's face, the guy asked what was the matter? Fang Zhixiao replied that he thought he heard something. Then he headed sharply to one side. The friend shouted for him to wait for him. The guy didn't really hear what he said. Right? Did Zhixiao really hear something? As soon as he stopped, Mo-fan immediately caught up with him and asked him what he heard. Zhixiao replied that it was here. Seeing the skeleton of some monster, the guy asked what kind of demonic beast was it? Only bones are left of it, but for some reason he feels such horror just looking at it. The guy said that luckily he was dead, otherwise they would have had to stay there forever. Then he asked his friend how he knew about this place. Something strange began to happen to Zhixiao. The guy said he didn't know himself. Something seemed to be calling him there. He didn't even notice it himself. Mo-fan asked his friend to come over to him. The guy said that he should just take a look and see if it was him. The guy said that all those sword chi techniques are of the heavenly stage. It's lucky that there's no one with a name to control them. Otherwise they would have been killed for sure. Mo-fan asked what should they do now? Fang Zhixiao replied that they would have to temporarily evade first. The guy asked how much longer they had to dodge. He decided that, with no one to control the name, they were nothing more than a mass of chi. Today he uses them as a sharpening stone to strengthen his kingdom. Then the guy realized they weren't so strong after all. The sword chi split his counterattack. In that case, as if defense or counterattack, would the sword chi absorb each other? He thought that it wouldn't work, in which case the guy would run out of chi and die of fatigue. Then he thought, what if he split the sword with his strength? What about his power? For a moment he realized what was out after all, this deadly move. There's just no such thing as invulnerability. Now that the guy knows all their flaws, it's a breeze. What a drag, he should learn some kind of traveling technique in the future. Looking at his friend, the guy asked if he needed help. Zhixiao replied that no, he had found something interesting. Did he ask something interesting? Then let him see what treasure his pile of bones hides. The guy shouted that great, here was an uncle hiding such a good thing in his body. It's a 7th grade defensive spiritual artifact. No wonder this skeleton wasn't touched by a sword. Zhao shouted for the guy to leave this jade. Let him rather look at his bony finger. The boy asked why the master was fighting. He shouted again, let the lad look at his bony finger. The guy had no way of determining the grade of that ring, but it seems unusual. He wondered what kind of ring he had and who he was, decided to ask his friend first. Looking to the side, Mo Fan saw that there was something wrong with the guy. He shouted for him to hold on, the guy would save him. Mo Fan asked if he was still alive. The guy yelled, damn it, you can't leave him alone right now. Did he yell out if the guy needed help? Those sword chi are mutually destructive. Zhixiao replied that no, he had found something interesting. The direction of all those chi swords is unpredictable. The longer he lingers there, the worse it is for himself. He thought that he needed to find a pattern to those sword chi attacks, because if he couldn't find one, like the call he heard at the spiritual fountain, the guy realized that he needed to feel the movement of the sword chi in the air. He needed to silence his heart, not being afraid of the damage caused by sword chi. Have faith in the sword in your hands. Find out the pattern of attacks. As soon as the guy yelled out what he'd found, a voice said it was congratulating him. He didn't realize whose voice it was. Zhao was telling the guy to look at the ring. Let him forget about his friend. There's nothing wrong with him. Mo Fan asked what was wrong with that ring. He replied that that ring, according to his observations, is actually super beautiful. The guy thought it was some kind of treasure. Then he said that clearly he looked like a girl seeing jewelry for the first time. Zhao asked what he was talking about. The guy replied that yes, Mr. Zhao could like anything. He said that there must be a huge space inside that ring. The guy replied that in that case it must be a legendary insight. Then he asked what was inside. Zhao replied that unfortunately the ring was banned and could not be opened now. The guy said no matter what is inside that ring, it must have something to do with him. Have him look at his skeleton, it has to be a grown man. Judging from his spirit artifacts and ring, he clearly had a troubled past. Leaning as close to the skeleton as possible, the guy asked who was he really? And why did he die in this place? A guy crept up from behind and shouted to Mo Fan that he had gotten a good inheritance. Frightened, he kicked his friend in the head. Mo Fang said that it turns out that the man named Min Wuxin had inherited the art of knife-wielding from him. The guy replied that it was correct, although the consciousness that person had left behind only said one word. Currently, the guy can only partially understand the art of knife-wielding that he left behind, but feels that this knife-wielding art is not as common as the arts. Returning back, the guy asked if his friend would like to go to Imperial City with him. He said that the North Wind Academy was much better. Mo Fan asked if he had to pass the exam first. Fang Zhixiao replied that the North Wind Trials is a special exam of the North Wind Academy. In it, one could even break other disciples' records. The guy thought that since this was the case, he wouldn't be able to find the recipe for the yin-yang circulation spiritual pill anytime soon. He replied that he couldn't believe that in addition to the ring not being able to be opened, the guy also got such good news. Zhixiao asked to give him the ring, saying that he would try. If that skeleton is really Min Wuxin, he got his inheritance. The boy thought that this ring must react to him somehow. Seeing no change, he thought it was strange. Zhixiao said that there was nothing wrong with this ring. If he hadn't told him that there was something wrong with this ring, the guy would have even thought that it was the most ordinary ring. Zhao said he'll leave it to the master. That master will handle everything. The boy asked if there was really space in it. He didn't think it was just a nice-looking ring, so he decided to keep it. Did he? Zhao replied that the guy would still wait. He would figure out how to lift the ban for him. Before the guy could finish speaking, Mr. Zhao disappeared. Mo Fan thought that he was becoming more and more irritable. The director of the Spirit Wind Academy asked how could a guy say such jokes. Mo Fan said, does it look like he is teasing him? The guy had already made it clear after inspecting the spiritual source that he wanted a spot on the North Wind trial. The principal replied that a spiritual source is a rare event for the entire North Wind Empire. In the hands of the Academy's headmaster, it would be more reliable than in the hands of a guy. With his strength and potential, the guy could really get into the North Wind Academy if he tried. Mo Fan said that right now there was one thing he had to bother the principal about. He wouldn't really be there if his family got into trouble. He hoped the principal would take care of them. Standing over the girl's bed, he asked her to wait a little longer. The guy is now strong enough to participate in the North Wind test. Once he passes the test, he'll enter the North Wind Academy. By then, It won't be long before she's completely cured. The academy principal and grandfather shouted for the guy to come out. As soon as he came out, he immediately asked them, "Are the arrays installed?" Grandpa said that it could protect against third heaven spiritual vein cultivators. The principal added that it was a 4th grade arcane wind array. It could protect against third heaven spiritual vein cultivators. This is a 4th grade spiritual gathering array. The concentration of spiritual power in the MO residence from it will increase twice as much as the outside world. All of this will have a real result. The director asked the head of the family if he was satisfied with these 2 arrays. The man replied that, of course, with these 2 arrays, no one would dare to fight with their family in the whole city. The academy director said that, in truth, he took advantage of the deal for his own personal benefit. So he won't monopolize the spiritual source. He wants to continue to cooperate with the MO family residents. The boy mentally told his grandfather that he was afraid it would get their family in trouble, which is why he suggested the exchange. If the Spirit Wind Academy and MO family unite, it will only be safer. But does he think it's worth trusting? The boy asked if they would dig a hole for themselves. The grandfather replied that the principal must have seen his grandson's bright future, and that was far more important than some spiritual source. The principal replied that they could talk about the spiritual source later. However, the guy, if he was going to take the North Wind exam, he should use the Wind Breath Golden Eagle. The Wind Breath Golden Eagle is a kind of flying demonic beast of the 2nd order. Riding it will be able to quickly go straight from the Spiritual Wind Academy. Qin Tianyu asked if brother had heard that those 2 were preparing to test the North Wind. He asked his brother if they could try it too. The boy replied that he would have to practice for a few more years. He asked Qin Chongquan, are they just going to let them go like that? Is the girl going to take any action? The guy said he felt he wasn't full. The golden eagle drools just looking at him. The friend replied not to worry, he is very docile by nature. Fang Zixiao advised him not to clamp his legs too tightly. He would not bother him. Just as suddenly, someone said that it seems like she got the right news. A friend asked him if he was really going to be haunted by ghosts until death. Mo Fan replied that if he wanted to fight, the girl said she didn't have time to fight him. She just wanted to make sure he would participate in the North Wind trial. But looking at his condition, it was unlikely that he would be the first. Qin Chongquan asked, is he really going to leave without saying a word? The guy replied, why would he tell anyone when he was going to leave? Mo Fan asked, why don't they go together? He thinks those 2 are perfect for each other. The guy doesn't want to be a third extra. The girl asked who would go with him. Seeing her recoil, the boy replied that it was too interesting. It seemed that life in the city of the North Wind promised to be colorful. Fang Zixiao replied that he didn't expect the girl to take part in the North Wind trial, but considering her daring character, it wasn't that unexpected. The boy asked, so this is the Imperial City? So lively, and some things have changed here as far as he can remember. He said, here comes the North Wind Academy. The guy is back there again after a long time, except that he didn't expect to come back as an examiner. Mo Fan asked him, isn't it fun to come back in a different position? Looking around, the guy said just how many people had gathered there. Fang Zixiao replied that the average strength was not low either. The guys thought what a powerful spiritual force. Obviously, the voice was not very loud, but it felt like it was coming right into their ears. The man said that maybe they don't know yet that there will be some changes to the rules this year. The guys started yelling that it was different from what they had been told. He was just now explaining this, but what about the preparation time? The man said that this time it will not be so simple. There will be selections with division into faculties. The guy said it looked like they weren't going the usual way. Looking at them, the man said he hoped everyone would choose the faculty in which they were strongest. He asked everyone to remain calm. According to the selection system, as long as a true talent was there, he would definitely be selected to their academy. So before registering, please let them choose the faculty they would like to enroll in. The first one is the Faculty of Body Strengthening. Second, Weapons Faculty. In the future, their choices will be extremely difficult to change in the process of learning, so let them be more careful. The third is the Alchemy Department. The man said the time to choose is only one day, today. So please make your decision as soon as possible. The guy told Zhao that of course it would be the Alchemy Department. He said that the place was worthy of the largest restaurant in the empire. There were many dishes that couldn't be tasted in the Spirit Wind district. Too bad his friend took it too seriously and didn't want to relax. Zao asked if he was sure he wanted to enter the alchemy department. He said yes, because the faculty should have easier access to pill recipes and materials. Moreover, he was willing to work hard to raise his level of alchemy. He asked if the guy was going to give his all to alchemy now and completely forget about cultivation. His intuition told him that things might not be as smooth as he thought. Mo Fan replied that he had the blessed Mr. Zao after all. Then what was he even afraid of? The man said that the alchemy faculty's exam would be held in Misty Valley. In the first stage, they must gather 5 materials for the Liangshan pill. The guy asked what kind of spatial shard is that? Zao replied, which can't exist in this world. He will explain it to him later. All the guy needs to know is that it's rare. Turning to one of the guys, Mo Fan told him that he had dropped his exam sheet. The guy replied that if he needed to look at a map to find herbs, he'd better let him get off as soon as possible. Mo Fan said that nevertheless, all 4 herbs are quite common, but Linglu Winterfire herb is not in his medicinal catalog at all. Seeing the exclamation mark above Zao, the guy said, isn't it time to watch the new news? The first news was that the Linglu Winterfire grass had ripened in the fire waterfall of the Snow Mountain in the northwest corner of the Misty Valley. The guy said that it would be a tragedy for the rest of the examiners. Zao replied that he should still be careful. If he doesn't get a firm grip on the cliff, he'll fall, and then he'll be finished for sure. The boy asked if winter fire grass really grows on this cliff. Zao said that it was the only plant that could only survive between ice and fire. He noticed that the very guy he ran into had climbed up the cliff. Mo Fan asked if there were more down there. Zao shouted that this herb was very rare, and this kid ripped it all out with the roots. The guy said he no longer had it, he had all of it. He only needs a small bundle for the exam, so why did the guy rip it all out by the roots? He said why would he give the competition a chance? The guy asked Mo Fan, does Mo Fan know who he is? Even if he does, what makes him think people will believe him? He said it's okay to dare to tell his name then. The guy replied that his name was Zhang Yanfeng. The guy should memorize him. Mo Fan realized that this guy seemed to have a cultivation higher than him. He realized it looked like there was only one thing left for him to do. The guy decided to use the serpentine fire control method. As soon as Zhang Yanfeng released the fire grass from his hands, Mo Fan realized that now was the time. The guy said it's interesting, you can tell right away that his strength is no match for him, but he's got all kinds of tricks. He thought, could it be that the heart protection jade had a strengthening effect? Then he shouted that he didn't have time. Let him divide the rest by himself. The guy said that he had another piece of news that he didn't take. A rare Dan spiritual material had appeared in the northeastern corner of Misty Valley, with a quarter of an hour left before the extraction started. Mo Fan told Zao that they had been there several times already. Too much fog. Are they definitely going in the right direction? Zao replied that he should definitely be there. It's bad luck not to find him. Suddenly the guy yells out that it's over there. Then he asked if that was the Dunspar. The guy said that the last time they went there, they didn't come across anything, so could it change shape? Zao said that it could even be the cause of the fog. Mo Fan said he's finally done with the collection. Now he can go and collect other materials for the exam. The first stage is finished. He said it took less than 3 hours. The exam time is 1 day. He wondered how long it would take the guy to pass the next one. Zao replied that if he was bored, suddenly the tower alchemist told him to stop. Afterwards, he asked his apprentice, he had just picked up a Dunspar, hadn't he? Can she give it to him? The guy asked what a Dunspar was. Pretended he'd never heard of it. The alchemist said it must have been the guy who was the first to notice the fog clearing. He sees what's in his bag behind his back. Mo Fan then asked Mr. Zao who that person was. How could he know about the Dunspar? Zao replied that perhaps that person often collects it in this spatial shard. It would be better if the guy gave it to him. The news knows he wants to seize the opportunity to be first, but their real value is not in letting him seize the opportunity, and in making connections with people, learning skills, practicing 3 ways. You could say he's currently of no value to the guy, but there's another great way. This way guarantees him a bright future, so what will the guy choose? Mo Fan said okay, he still doesn't know how to use that thing. Taking out some item from Dunspar, the man tossed the guy's bag back to him. Mo Fan hadn't expected this. The guy yelled at him that if he took someone else's stuff, he should at least say thank you. Zao replied that it looks like he miscalculated this time. The guy replied to forget it, just like he said, he didn't need Dunspar anyway. As soon as Mo Fan picked up his bag from the ground, A book on the basic principles of the Great Void Pill Furnace fell out. Looking inside, the guy said it was a pretty useful book. After a while, he realized that it was all in classical Chinese, and he didn't understand anything at all. He said that fortunately the text inside is written in a simplified language. The meaning in the book is so deep that many things are simply incomprehensible to him. Turning to Zhao, the guy asked, doesn't the news campus have a book function? He can use this function to simplify the fundamentals, right? Zhao replied that it was theoretically possible, he would try it now. Suddenly, the guy asked what just happened. After dividing the book into sections, the contents were still the same. Zhao said that only the author seemed to have read the whole book. That's why the news campus doesn't collect other people's teachings and methods. The guy asked, in other words, is the original author the old man who planted the book? He replied that he might well, if he met him next time, ask him directly for advice. The man said that the first round of the exam had come to an end. The guy wondered how his friend was doing with the first exam. He seemed to be headed for the weapons department. Fang Zixiao immediately appeared beside his friend. He asked how did the guy pass the exam? Mo Fan replied that it went more smoothly than he thought. The guy asked how his friend was doing. Passing the weapons faculty exam must have been easy for him. Zixiao replied that even if he took ginseng, there were still problems. Mo Fan shared that not many people came to the alchemy department. Suddenly, he replied that it wasn't something that everyone could choose. Besides, it is one of the most expensive disciplines. The guy asked, in other words, will you have to spend large sums of money? The friend replied that the problem is not only money. Some medicines cannot be obtained at any price. Seeing everyone heading in the same direction, the guy said that it looked like the results of the first exam were ready. They decided to go and check it too. The guys saw that they both passed. He said that the problem was that all the winterfire herbs were stolen by a guy with the surname Jiang. Zixiao replied that the herbs were most likely provided by them or bought. Mo Fan asked, bought? But there is a rule. He replied that the rules do not state that medicinal materials can be obtained by other means. Let him look away. If he is not mistaken, he is one of the 3 great families of the capital of the empire. The people surrounding him are also the offspring of some rich families. But even these people are not as good as King Zhang's son. Fang Zixiao said that the Zhang family is one of the 3 great families that not only was crowned king, but also holds the economy of the empire in its hands. His rival is the king's only son. He's not going to have it easy in the alchemy department. The boy asked how he knew so much about those people. Zixiao replied he forgot what his family does. The guy replied that's right. His family is also one of the 3 great families and is in charge of information. The guys resented being forbidden to use riding animals to travel such a long distance. One of them said that, however, that's where the faculty holds a pill-making competition, the pinnacle of the purple current. Upon reaching the right place, the guys said it was pretty awesome. Someone shouted to them, welcome to the alchemy department. Renjin was the very voice in the shard space, and he would also be their introductory mentor. We'll be with them from the white robe period to the blue robe period. He started telling me that instead of worrying about when he showed up, they'd better worry about how long he'd stay there. Suddenly, he said that only 5 people would make it to the second round of the exam. Now, let him announce the rules of the second round. The second round requires them to use the collected medicinal materials, then conduct the refining of the red blood spirit soul pill. A ranking will be made according to the color of the pill. Mo Fan thought that guy looked very calm. Is he really familiar with the purification method? Renjin said the time 3 sticks of incense. The boy wondered red spirit soul pill. This was the first time he had heard of such an elixir. Looks like he too should get to the academy library as early as possible to learn the recipes for high-grade pills. He realized that there wasn't much time. There was only time left to use. He asked Mr. Zhao to start the news campus. What he should have expected from the alchemy department, the process of refining this elixir is so complex. As he began the process, the guy thought that he was lucky to have an assistant like Mr. Zhao. The man said his time was up. To avoid obedience, he would not participate in the examination. The job of quality control would fall to their older brothers and sister. The girl told the mentor that he was so cruel, demanded 3 sticks of incense to prepare a red blood spirit soul pill. Shang Shixia told them not to laugh, since they came there on a school assignment in the first place. Even if it turned out to be a slag, they should still check it. Renjin replied that they knew how to joke, as if the man could have tricked them. If they were given 3 incense, they should use all 3. Mo Fan thought 3 incense? But the news campus only uses 1. Is there really something in this elixir that the news campus doesn't have? He said the extra time would be used for testing. Then he asked what the guys were talking about. They found something to look at. Better let them go and check the quality. The boy realized that the manners of this man from the alchemy department seemed somehow wrong. It was a good thing he'd added 1 incense at the very last moment before he put out the fire. The girl said that there are only 3 of them, and there are a lot of ovens to check. They have a hard job to do. She hopes for their help. Han Shichi replied that no problem. Let her entrust it to him. If the girl's eyes were tired, she could go rest. The next furnace turned out to be a solid dig again. Furious, he asked, do they still dare call themselves alchemists? Suddenly the guy asked, whose oven is this? He said the first ready-made pill had finally arrived. One of the guys raised his hand. The man said that she had a lot of faults. If it wasn't in the oven, he would have thought it was a glass ball. It doesn't even have a red tint to it, and the quality is on the lowest level. The guy thought about talking about the color red. The campus news mentioned that the color of the finished pill should be a transparent white and a shade of red. Han Shichi said that after his careful inspection, the best was a single grade 3 pill. The guy replied that let it not be misunderstood, but he had found 1 grade 4. When he came to one of the cauldrons, the man said there was a pill. When he took it out, he saw that it was of perfect quality. Let them look at it, he was not mistaken, was he? Semi-white in color, and the ratio of floating red hue is about 60%. It really can be called the perfect color. Suddenly, the girl said it wasn't really the last boiler. There was 1 stove left, which she skipped and didn't check right away. Looking in the direction of that furnace, she said she was somehow uncomfortable just looking at it. They said it's impossible. There are 3 streams of force around the pill. It can only be achieved by controlling the fire from the 3 streams of power. The girl asked, is he serious? After all, even they couldn't master this skill. Renjin replied that some students in green robes could create red spirit 3 streams of power and blood soul pills. He said he remembered this furnace. It belonged to the heir of the Jiang family. The boy replied that it was indeed his oven, and the one who made the pill was also him. The boys discussed that his father was older, but he was so lucky to have a capable son. The man said Mr. Jiang is amazing. Why doesn't he tell us how he made it? He can see that everyone is curious. The guy replied that the teacher had presented so much time that he decided to make the most of it. He had quite a bit of it left at the end, so he thought of something for fun. He could prepare the same materials with good fire control skills. The guy was really using the method from the 3 streams of power. His work might have been finished if he had released 60% of the strength of the medicinal materials, but with this method he released 180%. The teacher asked if everyone had heard him. The key is in the fire control method. 1 extra stream of power doubles the power of the pill. The man said the boy is declared the winner. He will take the honorable place among all the students this year. Mo Fan is also among them. Also, for first place, the guy will get access to the Subai Temple. It's a world-famous library with countless dictionaries and practice books. Mo Fan realized that there were even pill recipes above the 4th level in there. There should be a yin-yang soul pill recipe in there as well. If he didn't get yours now, he would have to wait for a long time. The girl said she was given this card after receiving the green robe. Is this a privilege only for geniuses? She doesn't like to admit it, but the guy actually prepared the pill. Zhel Chun said he was sure the boy had conspired with the teacher and deliberately deceived them. The man replied that he agreed with him. The man shouted for the 5 candidates to follow him. They would go to the cloud top for registration. Suddenly, the man said that Mo Fan wasn't finished yet. He has 1 more test to pass. Let him not let this guy register. Just ignore his existence. The teacher said that their academy had never had such a rule. The man replied that if anyone accuses him of anything, he should tell them to talk to him personally. Turning to Mo Fan, he commandingly told the guy to follow him. The guys didn't understand who this old man was. The girl replied that his name was Alchemist Xiao Tai. She doesn't know much about him. They found themselves in the alchemist's spiritual tower. Mo Fan didn't understand what kind of place was this. What's a pill furnace doing in the middle of the room? Does he really want the guy to prepare them now? The man asked, how is the book of the basic principles of the alchemical furnace going? Zeo asked, didn't the guy want to ask him about the book? Fan replied that he thinks it's fine. He's on the 5th chapter right now. The guy wasn't lying, he had already reached the 5th chapter. The alchemist asked the boy seriously? Then his extra assignment would be to answer the questions he raises in that book. If the guy answered each of them correctly, he would be convinced that Fan had the same knowledge as Jiang Feng. There are many reactions that take place in a furnace. First, the fire heats its contents and turns them red like the scorching sun. How does he understand this sentence? The boy thought about how he didn't know what the man was talking about at all. Is he sure he's talking about the pill furnace? Or is he making fun of him like that? Xiao Tai thought about the fact that this book was written by him certainly made it difficult to understand. Even students in green robes don't know much about it, let alone this guy. The man asked, what's wrong? Didn't the guy say he'd finished chapter 5? Fan replied that it's just spit up. He said that this means that the 2 kinds of gas produced during the preparation of the pill are actually produced from medicinal materials. The boy thought he wouldn't allow himself to be looked down upon. He'll just use the same skill that the man uses when fighting himself. It's intimidation with difficult words. Xiao Tai didn't understand what the guy was talking about. He's so confident in his words. Overall, it's similar to the description from his book. The man shouldn't let him notice his puzzlement. The alchemist replied that it wasn't a bad answer. Zeo told the guy that he had done it, then asked if he could handle the rest. The man thought how well he had mastered the knowledge from the book. He even uses special terms, what a genius. The alchemist asked, what else? Let him continue. The guy didn't understand what his problem was. Why was he getting angrier and angrier? He replied that he would tell everything he knew. Then I asked him where he stood. Suddenly the man said he had it all figured out, finally figured it out. Fan couldn't understand what was happening to him. The guy thought it was time to run away. This grandfather has gone crazy. He's obviously some crazy old man. You can't blame him. It's all the kid's fault. His psyche was not ready to receive so much information in such a short time. Grabbing him, the alchemist asked, is he going to escape? There was no way he would let the guy go. Fan started yelling at him not to kill him. The guy was just repeating what science had taught him. Xiao Tai said that today no one can stop him. The guy is obliged to become his disciple. The guy asked the man wants him to be his disciple. Zeo said just let him answer yes, he is a powerful man. Fan thought that he was right. With such a powerful teacher, the boy would be able to achieve a lot. After bowing, he said thank you to his master. Now that he's his teacher, he'll do his best to train the guy. First of all, his power base is too weak. Doesn't know who his teacher was. But the guy had a wrong start. Fan replied that he had to find his own way. The man thought he really is a genius to reach such a high level by himself. After which he asked how the guy thought the better the fire control method, the better the cooking skill. Fan replied that he thought yes. The key to cooking lies in the method used. Mr. Gao said the same thing. Calling him a fool, the teacher said it was the stupidest mistake most masters make. The effect of technique tricks is completely insignificant. Alchemists think they can endow the pill with more power if they have better control over the fire. The true power lies in the class of fire it kindles. High-grade fire can drastically increase the power and purity of the pill. Even weak wizards can use it to gain the power to destroy the world. It's a shame that learning about fire classes is such a time-consuming process. People focus on control methods just to take a shortcut. Zeo said that he received information that the last classic book on heaven-level fire was used as toilet paper by a prince of the royal family. The teacher said that fortunately, he was quite advanced in learning the fire classes. Would it allow him to experiment with fire? The boy said okay. He doesn't care how he feels about him. For that girl's sake, he would go through any ordeal, no matter how difficult. The teacher said there are fire pills in this bag. For the next 7 days, let him take them 3 times a day. They must not be seen by anyone. You can't eat anything else besides them. The boy replied to the master that they looked strange. Are they definitely edible? The master replied that let him not forget to learn the basic principles of the furnace. He could summon him at any time, and the boy would be obliged to come. Fan asked what was going on. Teacher replied that it was the spiritual power of his fire, after which asked the guy practiced the 5 attributes of the fate spell. Mo Fan didn't understand how he knew. Zao said that no one but him knew that the guy was in that cemetery. The teacher said that explained a lot. She really had a keen eye for talented people. The boy yelled for the teacher not to scare him with that look. Turning to the master, the guy asked, is he familiar with Shen Wangqing? Xiao Tai replied that since the guy had practiced her skills, he had nothing to worry about. Now let him join and register at the school. Throwing the guy out into the street, the teacher said he would inform the academy that the guy was now his student. Mo Fan said that there was definitely something going on between master and that girl. Looking at the pill, he thought it might be worth a try since he was already hungry. The disease asked him if he could taste whether it was poisonous or not. He replied that he was not omnipotent. As soon as the guy swallowed the first pill, he immediately fell to the ground. Zao immediately began to ask if he was all right. The guys were discussing why anyone would personally want to meet him. They even thought he might be expelled from the academy. Zhao said that if he dared to scare him like that again, he would tell him everything he thought about him. The boy replied that the thing was disgusting, but he had enough to eat. Renjin asked everyone to remain silent. Turning to the guys, he said that he had something to tell them. As soon as Mo Fan entered, the teacher said that the student in the white robe had become alchemist Xiao Tai's disciple. Now he can enter the special heavenly room and get the card before others. With its help, the guy can visit the temple. After apologizing, one of the guys said he shouldn't have reacted that way. The guy thought maybe people from responsible families were more understanding. When the teacher handed the kid his ID card, the guys in the back sizzled him with their eyes. Now he'll hand them the red spirit and bloody soul pills. If I want them, the boys can exchange them for others. He told us that only they are capable of creating fire from true nature. These pills will help people without spiritual fire veins to learn how to create their own fire. Raising his hand, Mo Fan asked what was spiritual fire? The guys didn't understand why such a dumbass was chosen as a top master. The teacher said that this fire is created by cultivators in practice. It is supposed to be the one that suits its cultivator best. Spiritual fire could exist inside the cultivator or outside the cultivator to prepare pills. The ordinary master uses the power within his body to stimulate the fire of the human world. This is the same fire used in cooking. Wielding true fire is important for gaining strength from healing materials, removing impurities, and real-life battles. The guy thought that the Book of Alchemy Basics wasn't that complicated, since there wasn't a word about it in it. The teacher replied that spiritual veins can only determine his starting point, not the amount of accomplishments he can acquire in the future. Since the guy was determined to be in the alchemy department, he has to learn how to create fire of his true nature. This is a basic heaven-level tutorial on how to create true nature fire. Seeing this very book, the guys said it's a heavenly-level textbook. What kind of unrealistic gift is that? Lei Yun asked, isn't this the legendary fire that is a level above true nature fire? Isn't it the one that most masters can't master in a lifetime? The teacher said that this book describes all the methods of creating fire, so the students in purple robes use it for reference. The title of the book was just directing them to a bright future, not that they would necessarily reach it. Mo Fan remembered that the old man had also said that there were no more heaven-level books left. He wondered what level of fire samadhi was. Wasn't it the same fire as in the legend of the journey to the west? The fire that burned the Monkey King? Zao said that good room, 5th-level soul gatherers, they put a lot of effort into it. He said that the apprentices of the best masters are not badly treated. It seems the fear of the old man was justified. The guy told Zao that his system was so annoying, he exchanged his pill for 2 others, with which he was to gain 3 extra years of life. He asked the guy to cheer up because once he gained 100 health points, he could activate the information vault. After the activation, the guy said he felt exhausted. Zao asked, does he even know how useful that information is? With it, the boy could exceed the limits of the school news section. Now the level rules won't restrict access to learning high-level content. Mo Fan replied that he would cut off the reading function because he knows that the guy hates reading. Calling him a foolish person, Zao shouted that whatever his eyes could see would also be added to the vault. If he wanted, the guy would be able to store the entire temple. Opening the door, he shouted that they were going to the temple. After all, it was also the library with the largest number of books in the entire academy. The girl said that usually students who come to read classic literature don't stay there for long. Recently, however, the mysterious apprentice appeared. He read 30,000 pill recipe books. He never stopped once and kept reading one after another. She said that the man was thin and tall with a long tail. He read quickly and without a single emotion, like some kind of reading machine. The guys asked if he could understand all those books. Even if he didn't, he's a legendary figure anyway. Zhao scanned 583 books from the temple. The recipe for the yin-yang pill was never found. The guy didn't understand why there wasn't the slightest information about that pill in the entire temple. Zhao told him not to give up. Maybe he is in the main office of the pill masters. Fang Zixiao thought the smell of blood? His family always pays special attention to concealing odors. He wondered if someone had broken into the manor. Then he thought it was impossible, the arrows would have automatically reacted. But there was no trace of them. The guy wondered if he could sneak in and check it out. Then he thought no, if he rushed in, he might be spotted. He kept wondering what he should do. Then he realized he could only rely on her. Looking at the green peregrine, the guy said he hadn't seen that baby in a while. It is a precious bird in the list of demons that is bred in the fan family. It helps with navigation and messaging. It is called the family's most trusted and closest friend. Fang Zixiao asked, is there really no one in the Fang manor? The guy thought that it was impossible, they couldn't have died. Turning to Mr. Zhao, the boy asked if those fire pills shouldn't increase his fire level. The heat made him so uncomfortable and sleepy. It's not even summer yet, and he's already sweaty. Zhao replied that the guy was so busy looking for the recipe that he hadn't even showered. Two people stood in front of him and asked if it wasn't that troublemaking pill master Dan. The guy asked, who are they? Renlu replied, what kind of arrogant disciple a supreme master has. Who knows what tricks this guy used to become him. The guys began to say that he was already hated by many students in white robes. They would help him if he told them how he became a disciple of the Supreme Master. Mo Fan replied that the old man made him do it. He said that the guy was talented and offered to be his disciple. He even got angry because of his reluctance. Guys are just too dumb to be chosen. Calling him a nasty asshole, the guys said he didn't deserve to be a disciple of a Supreme Master. He's out of the academy today. Mo Fan saw that he had level 7 spiritual bones. No wonder he dared to challenge the guy. The guy realized that this poison flame bomb looked weird. Where did so much fire come from? He shouted, how about this? The guy squeezed a colossal amount of fire into this bomb. A fiery spiritual force was beginning to rage within him. Zhao told the guy that the fire pills made his spiritual power purer, and the poisonous fire only contributes to that process. If he couldn't control the spiritual power, he would be burned alive. Mo Fan asked what if he could control it? Using the steps of the fire dragon, the guy shouted the heavenly fire sword spell. Renlu thought about poisoning him, and the guy can still control spiritual power? Is he really at the preliminary level of spiritual bone? Looking at the guy, Mo Fan shouted to him that envy makes him ugly. After which, he used Yen Ho's palm. Renlu replied that it was a silly little trick. The guy shouted a fiery cut. He told Mo Fan to go to hell, then shouted a series of poison bombs. Watching what was happening, Zhao felt someone grabbed him and threw him to the side. The boy asked why he was standing there. Take him away, he asked, is it a guy? Mo Fan replied that it was close. He was able to dodge thanks to the protective jade. Renlu shouted that he wouldn't let the guy escape. He didn't know that he had an Earth-level fetus. No wonder Mo Fan survived his attack. The guy asked if he was going to the weapons department, but it looks like he wandered into the green lake by mistake. It's got water in it. With flesh like that, he'll melt completely. Did they not realize what was wrong? Did the vapor in the air affect the power of the spiritual fire? Mo Fan shouted that this place definitely brought him luck. The guy yelled that the guys didn't touch him anymore. They asked him if he really thought so. The guy realized it was a water elemental martial art. Mo Fan realized that he had both water and fire spiritual veins. No wonder he could use both elements. They said that a new apprentice of a supreme master accidentally fell into the green lake and completely dissolved. How's he like that story? Suddenly the guy was grabbed by someone. The guys asked who she was. The girl said they wanted to know her name. What bullies, how do they not deserve it? Mo Fan asked what she was doing there. The girl told him to watch his language and show respect or she would kill him. The guy said that she was a talented lady of incredible beauty, and then asked what she was doing in the weapons department. Of all the faculties, the girl could not get into any but one. She ended up entering the general faculty. Qin Chongkong asked which faculty Zixiao was in. Mo Fan replied that he didn't know. The guy said that something happened to his family and went home after finishing practice. Then he asked why the girl was so worried about him. Grabbing him by the neck, she asked what he had just said. Had something happened to his family? Is he himself all right? The guys shouted, let them show respect. They are in the middle of the battle. Looking at them, the girl asked who these two were anyway. Mo Fan replied that they were some dumbass who wanted to defeat him and satisfy their self-esteem. They are just jealous that he is a disciple of a supreme master. Calling him a moron, one of the guys yelled that he should remember that he was poisoned by his fire. Then said the guy was going to hell. Qin Chongquin asked why no matter where he goes, the guy always pisses off strange people. He replied that he doesn't do it on purpose. People are always jealous of geniuses like him. She replied that he could surrender. No killing was allowed in the academy. The girl realized that if she attacked now, they would notice her weakness. He screamed that he wouldn't give up. Those assholes will throw him in the lake and destroy his dead body. His spiritual power is uncontrollable. Chongquin said the guy is weak and doesn't want to admit it. It doesn't seem how he's still alive. She thought she would only save him for Zixiao's sake. The girl shouted, let him hurry up and think of something. At this rate, they would die soon. It wasn't in her plans to die with him. Renlu told the guy that the Green Lake suppresses the power of the spiritual fire point. Will do it together to slay them all at once. Even if he surrendered, it wouldn't stop them. Something strange began to happen to the guy. Seeing his condition, the girl was scared out of her wits. After the powerful explosion, the master thought, why were there such strong fluctuations in the spiritual level forces in the academy? The boys didn't understand what had happened. They wondered who from the weapons department could carry out such an attack. Qin Chongquin tried to wake the guy up. She asked what's wrong with him, then she said he almost killed them. Suddenly his foreman showed up next to them. He said the boy was fine. Don't worry, he's his teacher. The man will take care of him. The boys didn't realize who this old man was. He looked more capable than all their teachers. Suddenly, something appeared in their hands. The man said the level 4 medicine would increase the power of their spiritual energy. The young man ruined the lake. He doesn't want any of them to do it again, or else this is how their existence will end. Master didn't understand, was the fire pills really so strong that it allowed the guy to accumulate such a large amount of spiritual fire? After such a large explosion of energy, he managed to deal with a level 1 fire seed. Seeing the master, the guy asked what was he doing there. Looking around, he asked how he came to be in his pill-making room. The master replied that he was an ungrateful little boy. Do you know you almost died? Mo Fan replied that it was because of him that he survived. Afterwards, he asked the master who killed those two students. He replied that one was scared to death, and the other was so seriously injured by his explosion that his spiritual veins had almost disappeared. Master said that a gigantic amount of spiritual fire energy burst out of his body. The guy should be thankful he didn't die. Zao Togo had already experienced explosions inside his body that prevented him from maintaining his form in the outside world. Now let him tell Master why he didn't adopt the skills from the textbook after accumulating so much spiritual fire energy. Mo Fan said that he had spent several days in the temple, searching for the Yin Yang Soul Pill recipe. The guy didn't have time to create fire or cultivate fire pills. He read every book, but couldn't find a single clue. The teacher replied that it was not a very high-level pill, but its recipe was indeed mysterious. It is known only to some outstanding masters. Exhaling, the guy said that there were no answers even in the North Wind Empire. Suddenly, the master said he had a recipe. The guy immediately asked if he was an outstanding maker, the best of the best. He said he was very happy to be his apprentice. Could the master make a soul pill for him? The man replied that of course, after the fire and his true nature reached level 10. He said that currently less than half of the green-clothed students possess this achievement. It would take a normal person about 10 years to create this fire, but the master's method will help a guy speed up the process. Mo Fan thought 10 years? Is master even sure he won't die in that time? He might be willing to wait, but the girl only has 3 years left. The master thought that this was what a brilliant student should do. He started practicing as soon as he made up his mind. Nothing could bother him. Just as suddenly, the master frighteningly asked what the guy was doing. Mo-fan shouldn't practice and hurry. The guy will only be able to save the girl if he creates a level 10 true nature fire. As soon as the guy answered what he thought, the foreman immediately asked if that's how people read. The guy is too impatient. Does he remember anything at all? Holding out the book to the master, he said he was finished. The contents of the entire book are stored in his head. If the master wishes, he can test it. Looking at him with a smirk, the teacher replied that okay. If he ever made a mistake, he would teach him a lesson. Mo-fan asked him not to be upset. The master should be happy that his student was such a genius. Zhao understood that it took this guy a couple of minutes to memorize a book. Said that there was now enough information about the fire of true nature in the vault. It remained only to practice the skills described in the book 5 Attributes of Fate spell. Mo-fan asked, is there anything in this book about the fire of true nature? Then what is the difference between it and the instructions for getting Samadhi fire? Zhao replied to the guy, let him ask his hip. Raise your leg, guy asked hip. The master replied so that the guy wouldn't worry. Xian Wanqing's techniques are useful. He would have been willing to try it if it wasn't for the rule that he wasn't allowed to switch to learning another set of skills. As soon as the guy looked towards Zhao, he immediately activated the separation function. He separated the fire chapter section of the 5 attributes of the fate spell. The man said that after some time, the alchemy department will test all the students in white robes. It is an examination of the firestone and fire control method. In Moi said that Mr. Jiang had already mastered the method of controlling the spiritual fire of the 4 squares. The girl said that she had seen him practicing. One of the guys said that it was none of their business whether he knew how to use it or not. Watching him, Mo-fan said that it was amazing. Zhao replied that the guy didn't care, he is also good. He told them not to come. They'd only embarrass themselves. The girl said that's what genius is supposed to be like. They should go, there's nothing more to see. Han Shichi shouted, let them look at it. It was a 2nd level true nature fire. Lane Yun told the boy that he had done a good job. The white-clothed disciple had successfully created a level 2 true nature fire. The guy said he wasn't surprised at all that Mo-fan had made such progress. He said he was exhausted. He almost died while looking for something in the temple, and then some other guys decided to fight him. Lane Yun asked what the guy was looking for. Maybe he could help? Mo-fan, he was looking for the recipe for the yin-yang pill. The guy replied that if he was invited by their family's master, it would be much easier for him to find him. Mo-fan replied that he would take it into consideration. The place is called Nightingale's Nest, one of Fan's intellectual agencies. The guys asked who he was. How dare he spy there? Fang Zixiao replied that it was him. The guys yelled, how dare he come back? They asked why he didn't dodge. Zixiao replied that it was because he had not come to fight. He just wants to know what happened to the Fang family. Did Fang Zhang realize that he seemed to have regained his spirit lineage level ability? The guy replied that the main members of the family had already left the Northwind Empire. One of them shouted that he didn't deserve to know anything about them. He had purposely lost to Junior Master Lane and left the family. After that, they kidnapped his little sister and seized his family's sphere of influence. They told him not to even think about approaching the capital. He told me that all this horror had descended upon them. When the kid lost the fight, the whole family lost. Still think it's just a coincidence? The guys yelled that he just sold out their clan. He is hiding somewhere and living a happy life. Zixiao asked, did the royal family do nothing to stop Lane? He asked about his little sister. Is there any chance to save her? Fang Zhang replied that he didn't know why, but the family gave tacit consent. As for his sister, he could tell him something. One of the guys asked, only let it not be said that he still trusted that despicable cheater? The guy replied that he betrayed his family, but don't think he would abandon his sister. Fang Zixiao said that he had one last question. Is young Master Lane dead? The guy replied that thanks to him, he had ascended to the point where only the family elder was more powerful than him. He was living happily. Said that even though the boy had his powers back, he'd never be welcome in the family. Don't let him show up again. As they walked through the forest, the boy kept remembering what he had said about his sister. They had been told not to even think about going near the capital. Mo Fan shouted that here comes their busy guy. Is he really there to enjoy his masterpiece? And then he said he probably didn't know? The guy created a fire of his true nature. Then looking at his friend, he asked what was wrong? Why did he feel like there was a death wish somewhere nearby? The guy replied that he was fine. Mo Fan created true nature fire? The guy replied that yes, even Yunlin had offered to become a guest master in their family. Fang Zixiao told the guy not to accept their offer. They were his family's sworn enemies and were involved in many dirty deals. Mo Fan kept saying that that guy came from a responsible family. He doubts he could have committed any crime at all. He said that even a spirit demon spell couldn't suppress their family. Mo Fan asked, is this true? Then the friend said that years ago he tried to stop the endless battles and deaths, so he made a deal. He promised to leave his family alone if the boy lost to him in battle. Fang Zixiao said that he had intentionally punched weaker. But the young master had defeated him with an attack he had never used before. All his efforts invested in cultivation had gone to waste. At that moment, it didn't bother him at all. He didn't think that anyone could take back their words after the spirit demon's spell. He thought the Fang family had finally found peace. But the boy couldn't even imagine that they would steal his little sister and take over their domain. Mo Fan immediately asked what happened to the young master. Is he dead? After all, anyone who broke the vow would die. That's just impossible. Otherwise, the demon wouldn't have made him cast the spell. The guy said he's living just fine. Zixiao must take revenge. He'd rather kill himself than let him get away with it. They heard someone say some strong words, which was to be expected from the former best cultivator in the entire capital. The guys said he shouldn't have been eavesdropping. Jiang Yanfeng shouted that he was not interested in the chatter of a narcissist and a loser. The guy came to find out what was the cause of the explosion at the Green Lake. He wants to fight the former top cultivator. After a few attacks, the guy said he just got his abilities back and he's already a pretty great fighter. Then he told them that it was dangerous for them to return to the capital. Even though he was the young master of the family, many people would not want to see him again. The guy said that was enough for today. Anyway, he just wanted to say hi. We'll look forward to the rest of it. Lane Yun wondered if Mo Fan had already made up his mind. Suddenly, he saw Fang Zixiao next to the guy. The guy said he was really living on special terms. A regular gym is no match for his. Seeing Yun Lane, the guy apologized and said that he had to refuse his offer. The guy replied that it's okay, he respects his choice. He just wanted to warn him that those two would be released soon. The two men appeared in front of them. They bowed and apologized, saying that they had been misled, so they were offended by him. Mo Fan shouted for the master to look. His disciple is so kind and capable that even those two bullies apologized. Master asked him about the ones that challenged him. The man showed them a couple of his moves and told them to stop bullying people. They seemed to have heeded his advice. The teacher said that the guy must have come to ask for help. What did he want? Mo Fan replied that he just wanted to help him with the medicine materials. The master replied that this was obviously nonsense. Let him just say what he needed? Crying, he told the master that his true nature fire was gone. The man replied that it means his spiritual powers have been completely transformed into the fire of true nature. His first breakthrough was creating the fire of nature's truth. The second was releasing that fire outward. Now it was time for the third challenge, which the boy would surely overcome. Combining martial arts with him could do more damage than ordinary spiritual power. And while preparing pills, he would be able to extract purer and stronger healing energy from the materials. Mo Fan said that if he can't release fire, he can't use martial arts. That means the guy can't fight or create pills. What should he do if someone challenges him? Master is such an amazing cultivator. Surely he must have some special weapon? Or maybe he'll give him something to defend himself. Why doesn't the master show his collection? He could learn a lot. The master replied that he had been making pills all his life and had never used anything like this. We're not looking for the old man. The guy asked what if someone wanted to kill him? The master replied that he could always escape. He figured as long as the kid was on school grounds, the master could save him. A man started yelling that someone had broken into the temple, the Holy of Holies on the second floor. It's where the sacred scripture of demonic fire is kept. It's only in their academy, and it describes the fire of Samadhi. Zhang Cui shouted for them to scrutinize everything. He would let no one steal from the Holy of Holies of the temple. The guy asked Mr. Zhao if it was true that any white-clothed student could easily knock him out now. He replied that, even with martial arts, the guy would only defeat a couple of people. Mo Fan asked, can he be even a little bit kinder? What kind of power does he possess now? Zhao replied that it was a good question. He said that first, the news system gives him the latest news and locates the treasure. It gathers all the necessary information for him. The system would help him speed up his cultivation and strengthen his comprehension ability. The information vault allows him to save everything he sees. All the books he reads will be collected. The guy doesn't have to worry about health points to improve this function. Zhao replied that with his help now, he is as good as a genius of geniuses. The boy replied that he was already a genius. He would only be able to use other sources in the future. Right now he only had one option: to take advantage of the news system, the strength of the ground-level flesh defense, and the mysterious protective jade. The guy said this jade doesn't always work. Surely he would be able to rely on it in a critical moment. Zhao replied that it was all about his determination. The guy asked who they were. What did they want with him? He told the foreman he brought him, told that his fire of true nature is absolutely different from ordinary fire. The man asked if the guy recognized him. He told the foreman that he did. He saw the guy running out of the Holy of Holies. Master said let him answer. Where did he hide the demon fire scripture? The guy asked what are they talking about? He is clueless as to what their Holy of Holies and scripture is. Grabbing him by the hair, the master said that the dean of the alchemy faculty had checked his true fire. It looked like normal fire to me. The temple protector just recognized it as a gateway. Mo Fan shouted that they say he stole the demonic fire scripture. But the guy doesn't even know what it is. Master asked the guy sure it was him. Zhang Cui shouted that enough was enough, he certainly couldn't be wrong. His fire couldn't have been obtained using the instruction of obtaining samadhi fire. The guy replied that he hadn't even used it, but had been practicing Xian Wanqing skills. He kept saying he didn't do it. Anyone who studies the secret scriptures will be expelled. The guy can't leave this academy now. They said the legendary girl died years ago. Isn't that a coincidence? As soon as he heard the foreman order them to lock him up, the guy immediately started yelling for them to wait. He wasn't stealing anything. The girl discussed that a student from the alchemy department broke into the temple and stole a scripture for some girl. He must be head over heels in love with her. Master heard from some guys that a guy from the alchemy department was secretly studying the secret skills of the temple and was caught red-handed. As soon as the master saw them, he immediately greeted the elders. Seeing their master, the boy said finally he came. The man said that he shouldn't have suspected his disciple either, but the sacred scripture of demonic fire is extremely important. The boy asked to tell the master that he had never practiced the book of fire samadhi. The elder said that he couldn't say for sure, but he was at the stage of turning the fire of spiritual energy into the fire of true nature. The foreman said that in that case they have a problem. They can't prove his guilt. Zhao asked the boy to calm down, he couldn't use his powers right now. The elder said he had an idea, doesn't know if it's appropriate. Looking at him, the master said he trusted him. The grand elder said the boy can't release true nature fire right now. Why don't they test him? If he cultivated fire samadhi with the scripture of demonic fire, when the fire is released, the demonic image will appear. This is the peculiarity of fire samadhi. The master asked where they would do the testing and how. The elder replied that they could do it in Misty Valley, and the master added that he had a suggestion. The kid knew those two old men were up to something bad. There's some frogs in there, he could make a big frog casserole. Zhao said stop talking nonsense. Shouldn't they stay away from them? It's not like the guy can't use any fighting techniques. Mo Fan said that he had a good camouflage. They'll move slowly, and when the frogs notice them, they'll freeze in place. That way, they won't be able to detect them. The elder asked if they were satisfied with his organization. The man replied that this test would test his abilities, but not whether he had stolen the scriptures. They will know the truth when the boy eats the fire dragon's saliva. The man asked what would happen if he could not get it. The elder replied that then it would mean he was unable to break into the temple. The boy is the only suspect. He has to explain himself. The master said that everything would be over after the test. But until then, don't let them bother him. The man thanked him for his understanding. After some observation, they said he's so creative. If the guy turns out to be innocent, the master would like him to become his apprentice. Zeo told the guy to stay calm and act. They are almost there. Let him take his time, do everything slowly. Just as the guy almost reached the fire dragon's saliva, one of the frogs spotted him. Zeo started yelling for the guy to grab the fire dragon's saliva. Mo-fan almost got it. Suddenly they saw that a huge paw had run over all the frogs. When they looked up, they asked what it was. Zeo asked what should they do now. It's not like it's a frog. The same tactics won't work. The guy asked him to be quiet. The rhino hit the guy with his tail with all his might. He said fine, they can hide in that forest. Zeo said that it was an earth-fire rhinoceros of the 4th level of the middle class. He hoped that the guy was still alive. Mo-fan said it looks like he didn't even hurt him. That big guy isn't as tough as he looks. He's just a giant trinket. Zeo said that it was a level 4 monster. The guy should be thankful that he didn't kill it. They didn't see something like a mountain in front of them. But because of the heavy fog, Mo-fan said that it didn't feel like stone at all. As it turned out, it was a rhinoceros of earth fire. When he noticed the boy, he hit him with all his might with his tail. The ground beneath him cracked with the powerful impact. The guy said he understood, he was just messing with him for a term. Now it looks like he's laughing at him. The blow was rather unpleasant for the lad. The rhinoceros made it with its sharp tail. Mo-fan is stupid, he was beaten by a monster. The guy asked what kind of insult is that? Drawing his sharp sword, he shouted that the monster would pay for his behavior. Then he stabbed it with his sword. The elder asked where did this rhinoceros of earth fire come from? He was supposed to be sleeping. The master replied that now that he could see what the boy was capable of, why not let him complete the testing? The man said he never thought the boy could stand up to such a beast. If he really was innocent, the man would really like to take him on as a member of the defense team. But still he had not yet shown his innocence. The elder asked for permission to tell him something. That Misty Valley was given to him by the alchemist Xiao Tai when he showed him this place. The master told him not to worry. Passing the test would only keep him from being expelled from the academy. He would show his innocence later. The elder said that at the critical moment, he managed to find the entrance to the cave and hide in it. Then he told the master that his student was lucky. He said it was time to help the guy. The beast was waiting for him right at the entrance, and he was seriously injured. He must be helped as soon as possible, or he will suffer the consequences. The master replied that the elder should not trouble himself. He believes in a guy who can definitely get out on his own. If anything goes wrong, the master will activate the death sequence and the beast will explode. The guy said he didn't give up, that there was a small cave in the crevice. Zeo told him that it wasn't safe there. They needed to go further inland. He didn't stop to say that the gentleman was awesome. Not only did he spot the old wound on the rhino's head, but he also found a hiding place. Turning to Zeo, the guy asked, is it really the royal blood marrow? He replied that he didn't think so. There couldn't be that much of it. Taking advantage of the information search, Zeo said that this was it. There's so much royal blood marrow. It's as precious as a golden mountain. Staring intently at the guy, he told Mo-fan to absorb him as quickly as possible. Mo-fan asked, is this pure yang energy? The guy no longer felt pain, but only felt warmth and comfort. Zeo said that the royal marrow was incredibly effective. It not only cured all his wounds, but also increased his flesh strength. But he didn't understand why the protective jade had started to melt. It wouldn't hurt the boy, would it? Waking up, the guy said, so good nap. Zeo immediately asked how he was feeling. Mo-fan replied that he felt amazing. All the wounds had healed and the guy had peaked at the ground stage. He'd sleep longer if it wasn't for that rhino outside. Wants to deal with him as soon as possible. Zeo asked did he have the ability to speed up his movements. The guy immediately asked what happened. He replied that the protective jade could still help in speeding up the movement. But now the summoning effect is faster and easier. Was it because he had reached the highest level? Did the guy ask seriously? No wonder it triggered at the mere thought. Zeo replied that there was nothing wrong with the protective jade fusing with his body. Stopping, he asked what Zeo said. He replied that when the guy was absorbing the bone marrow, the protective jade started to melt and merged with his body. Mo-fan shit himself asking if jade is gone? It's now in his body? How is it possible? Now it will live in him like a parasite. Zeo replied that he didn't know. but the guy seemed to be fine. The guy asked, didn't he say he knew everything? Zhao said he blamed him. He should have updated the system in time, now he's behind. The system didn't update because of him and his greed, he took too many health points. Zhao replied that he is a very good helper and only takes a few points. How dare the guy complain? Mo Fan told him that he would collect the royal blood marrow and let him go see where the rhinoceros of Earthfire was. He said the monster was still waiting for them. The rhinoceros is right above the crevice. The guy said that she had become the time to try the raging fire fist created by the maximum level Earth medium stage body. After a powerful punch, the guy shouted, what a great fight. Watching what was happening, the man asked the alchemist student what. The elder replied that if his assumptions were correct, he had found something incredible in the cave. All of his wounds had healed, and his body had become stronger than a high-end level 3 demonic beast. The master replied that it was not enough. A rhinoceros of Earthfire is hard to defeat. If he becomes enraged, the boy will be in trouble. The man thought, let him show what he could do. The guy thought again, this move. Does he think he's stupid enough to make it work twice? Grabbing the monster by the tail, Mo Fan threw the rhino deep into the forest. Suddenly, he heard some sound. The guy thought, what the hell is this? At the right moment, he still managed to yell the word acceleration. Mo Fan asked, seriously? An Earthfire rhinoceros can transform into a top-grade beast? The elder said that beast was serious. He didn't think his apprentice could defeat him. The man added that the young man's advantage had been defeated by the rhinoceros fury. Zhao revealed that he had turned to his future form. The guy is no match for him, don't let him try to get close to him. He'd better take the fire dragon's saliva first. The alchemist and his companions will only help him when he completes the test. What kind of monster is that? How can it fire 17 times in 2 seconds? Zhao shouted to him that the fire dragon's saliva was right in front of him. Let him run faster. Mo Fan thought that he had finally gotten it, then tried to stuff it into his mouth, thinking that he would eat the rest of it. The elder told the alchemist that he had made a huge mistake. With a smile on his face, the man replied that he had passed. Grabbing the huge monster by the tail, Mo Fan shouted for this guy to go to hell. Mo Fan said that he is handsome and capable. It is an undeniable fact. Suddenly, the guy noticed that his clothes were on fire. The elder said that it's no wonder he didn't launch a killing array. His disciple is talented at using fire from true nature. Now that he could turn his spiritual power into fire of real nature and release fire at the same time, the guy must have made a third breakthrough. The man said he knew that man. What his subordinate saw must have had snake-like spiritual veins and disguised himself with a transformation method. Turning to the teacher, the boy asked why he hadn't helped him then. What if he had failed to make the third breakthrough? The master replied that he did not make the breakthrough by accident. He said the teacher should have been more open with him. Why didn't he just give him the good stuff? They could have saved a lot of time and effort. The boy asked if he was implying that he wouldn't be kicked out of the academy even if he didn't pass the test. The master answered that he was right, because he had told him that no one could expel him from the academy. The boy asked why the foreman was torturing him. The man replied that there is no free lunch in the world. Every good thing has its price. The notice said that the white-clothed guy had recently made a breakthrough in the practice of creating real nature fire. He had reached the 4th grade, so the academy decided to give him 3 times the monthly resources. The guys were discussing that it's only been a month since he entered the academy. They believe he's qualified to sit for the green robe exam. The guys began to argue about which was stronger, Yanfeng's fire control technique or Mo Fan's true nature fire. The guy said that he didn't realize that the ability to create 4th-degree fire of a true nature could bring him so much benefit. Let him just say he was jealous of his genius and then set him up. Yanfeng asked, set him up? The guy had fallen so low. Did he think he would use such methods to fight insects? Let him enjoy his days of praise before he catches on that the limits of true fire are useless to a genius like him. Looking to the side, the boy was startled. He was surrounded by girls. They began to say that they admired him, the guy was so wonderful. Zhao immediately told the guy that he was tired of listening to this. Mo Fan said that they don't think he uses face powder, don't they? Let them get to the point. Watching the guy said that his talent in alchemy was really very good. The girl asked maybe it was just luck? The guy said he sees only cultivators with snake-like spiritual veins can learn transformation techniques. There are no other cases. Zhao replied that it would be hard to find that rascal. How he wished Zixiao was there. He has a lot of experience living in the capital. The guy could definitely give him some advice. Suddenly, his friend showed up next to him. He asked the guy if he had a problem. Mo Fan thought that he was also part of the system. Zixiao replied that he ranked first among all the students, so he was also given permission to enter. Mo Fan immediately started asking why he was so upset. Does the guy know what a miserable life he had? The friend replied for him to calm down because you know what happened to him. He's become someone's target. Given the fact that the guy has always attracted haters, there are so many suspects in this case, and they all want to bring him down. Before he could say who he suspected, his friend replied that he knew who he meant. But he can't jump to conclusions now just because he has a big grudge against Mo Fan. The guy thinks Yanfeng Jiang would do such a dastardly deed. He would cause trouble for his enemies. But the guy doesn't cross the line. He is different from ordinary nobles. He was brought into the main clan family when he was 5 years old. He has been mining his own resources for self-improvement since he was a child. They were the only ones who were able to successfully find medicinal materials in the exam administered by the alchemy department. The other students passed the test with materials provided to them by their families. Mo Fan suggested to put this topic aside, then asked if the guy had any information about his little sister. He replied that there was nothing. They had closed all sources of information. The guy will think his friend has more reason to worry than he does. He can't offer him any help anyway. Right now, the guy should focus on his own problems. Zhao tried to wake the guy up with the words that he found something important. Mo Fan asked what he found. Then he asked where his friend had gone. He asked if the guy remembered the ring he got from the treasure room. Zhao said that he had opened it. Mo Fan asked, is he sure it can be opened? Zhao asked, does he not trust him? Just let him do what he tells him to do. Tell him to cut the crap and do it. The guy asked for other ways not to. Should he drip his blood on him? As soon as a drop of blood fell on the ring, the guy immediately found himself in an obscure place. Zhao told me that this is the world hidden at the end. It is different from ordinary rings. In Buddhism, there is a saying that a small nutshell can contain a big universe. The guy replied that an ordinary storage ring is generally enough. He didn't think there was anything special about it. Zhao asked what if it could hold living beings inside. Mo Fan replied that it would mean he could keep many pets inside. Seeing something incomprehensible, he said it was the most valuable part of the ring. The guy offered to catch him and see what it was. He said that it wasn't moving from its place. Zhao replied that for the moment, he'd better use the ring as a super storage ring. He feels like he can't control it right now. Let him do some research. The elder told the master that he was really hard on his disciple. Ever since failing to reach the life and death stage from the spiritual trial stage, the man had not been seen caring about anyone but his new disciple. Master said that he didn't come to prove that the kid wasn't a thief of the sacred scriptures of fire magic. He wanted to give him the best. Young cultivators like him needed more trials. If the man hadn't given him the medicine to intensify his feelings, he wouldn't have been able to unleash his true fire. Pouncing on his master, the boy shouted that he knew it. The man was a disgusting old man who was fooling him. What kind of mentor would deceive his student? Mo Fan said that old man was a tough nut. It was surprising. Master replied to the guy that he hadn't seen him for a few days. How come his spiritual bones had reached the 4th level? The guy replied that he didn't know. He had come there to find out. His spiritual bones would have reached level 5 or 6 if he hadn't controlled his speed. Master replied that the slight feeling of hunger and higher cultivation speed were normal after he learned how to create true nature fire. But its effect on him was beyond his imagination. He seems weak now, but the fire of this person's true nature is very strong. The master thought it was like the legendary fire. He asked what other changes did the guy notice besides the increase in cultivation speed. Mo Fan replied that the tree spirit in his body appeared to have disappeared. Even though the guy could sense its existence, he couldn't use the tree martial arts. The master replied that the tree is connected with fire. The fire of the real nature in it is so fierce that it weakens the spiritual power of the tree. The man will help him with that. The boy asked why doesn't the teacher go to the Misty Valley and find him some valuable wood medicinal materials? He would prefer to go there for his own improvement. Calling the guy an ungrateful rascal, he said he made that 10th grade spirit collection kit especially for the guy. Mo Fan thought, a grade 10 spirit gathering kit? Master clearly treats him well. Zhao told the guy that there were two pieces of news. The first news was that the Yang spiritual core with the 5 elements appeared on the Yangqi mountain for the first time in 36 years. The second news was that Xiao Tai had merged with the crystal to become the first cultivator in the Beifeng Empire to possess a body furnace. Mo Fan thought that scruffy old man had really hit the news headlines. He must have a lot of secrets. Master asked the scruffy old man. Who did the boy mean? He replied that, of course, the one who always dressed sloppily and was demoted because of his inability. The man replied that he wanted the demotion himself. No one can demote him without his own consent. The guy asked the master what the Shenjing crystal was. The man replied to test his resolve, he took his crystal without telling the guy. That was his mistake. He told me that it was a kind of spiritual core, refined from a stone the guy had given him. The boy wondered if he had teamed up with a pill furnace. Without thinking long, he decided to ask the master what kind of body furnace. Grabbing him, the man asked how he knew. The boy replied that he had read about her in the books in the temple. He told what they say, the body is the result of the fusion of the spiritual core with the cultivator. The guy doesn't need to know the details. Mo Fan asked, did he merge with the crystal? The master realized that this guy seemed to know everything. The man replied that he had never said anything about it, so how did he know everything? The boy asked him curiously, isn't he? He wouldn't tell the master until he let him know the purpose of the body furnace. The master spoke about his problem. He said that, as a result, the highest level he was able to rise to was the stage of spiritual testing. The master said it was his turn to tell how he found out about it. The boy replied that he always recognized things unknown to other people, as if he had some special talent. The man replied that it was understandable, no wonder the guy was able to find the crystal. Zhao told the guy that the master was fooling him. Master said to let him call him to do some research on his body and brain. Doesn't he want to know where he got his special talent from? A man would wish that guys really had that talent so that he could help him find some things. If it helps him, he'll do the guy any favor in return. The boy wondered if he should get help. Would the master agree to give him the right pill? Did he ask what the man wanted? The master replied that he had made a body furnace. Next, he needs to improve it. But he can't do it with that crystal. He is looking for a higher grade spiritual material, and that is the pure Yang spiritual core with the 5 elements. He said that only by obtaining a pure Yang spiritual core with the 5 elements could he solve the problem of breaking through to the next stage. The guy thought, pure spiritual core with 5 elements? The boy remembered reading about it on the news of the day. He replied that it was hidden on the Dawn Mountain. The master thought, what a stupid thing to say. Even cultivators of his level don't know where to find the core, and this guy doesn't even know where to find the core. Mo Fan offered him a deal. Running away, the guy yelled that if he got the core, the master would owe him one deal and just let him remember. Smiling, he thought that let the master apologize, but this time the man had made a big mistake. Fang Zhixiao asked the guy going to the Dawn Mountain. He said that it was not a long way, about 3 or 4 days. Then I asked him why his friend was there. The guy said he needed to find something there. Mo Fan told him that soon, he would be able to realize his dream. The boy wondered if he had gotten the information that the pill was on that mountain. Turning to his bird, the boy asked it to call Shustragriff. Of course, he had cut ties with his family, but he still had a couple of birds he had raised himself. It's a 4-horned Shustragriff. It will help him half-cut his way to the dawn of the mountain. And now the boy is his master. Wishing his friend a happy journey, the guy said that he would continue to explore the case with the transformation technique. When he landed, the guy said they were there. But where was the mountain? Would Zhao tell him if he fed him false news? The guy does not see the Dawn Mountain, the impure spiritual core. Zhao replied that he had never given him anything false. He activated the news vault, then said he was looking for information about Dawn Mountain. Marina said there are only 4 pieces of information about this mountain in the temple, and all of them useless. Now I see why the master couldn't find any clues. They thought that Dawn Mountain rises at sunrise and disappears at sunset. It's really very interesting. Does that mean it appears at sunrise and goes underground at sunset? The guy said it was daytime and the mountain was still gone. They realized that those sentences had a different meaning. Does the Dawn Mountain float in the sky? The guy shouted out, what's great? More excitement than flying an airplane. Let the Dawn Mountain await him. Mo-fan said that there are indeed, just as the information said, solid rocks all around. Where could the pure spiritual core of the 5 elements be located? Fortunately, this place doesn't seem like a big place. Mo-fan yelled out, what was it? Was it really an earthquake? How is an earthquake possible on a flying mountain? A huge rock was rolling right at the guy. Using his jade, he was quickly able to bounce away. He asked, what was it? Had someone attacked them? Are there really other people still there? Zao replied that it stopped too quickly. It was definitely not an accident. Suddenly the guys noticed that this thing could change its direction. As it turned out, they were surrounded on all sides. Apparently, Dawn Mountain was not so pleased with them. The guy yelled that if that coward didn't like something, let him say so. Enough with the silence. Zao said that it seemed like they were really talking to the mountain. The guy replied that this stupid mountain just realized how capable he was, and that these boulders wouldn't do anything to him. He said that apparently she wasn't going to give up at all. The guy asked seriously? He only went there for one little rock. Why didn't she just give it to him? Mo-fan said this thing has quite a few tricks, but it won't succeed. You can't take this guy like that. He shouted forward. Let her show what else she had. Mo-fan asked, what the hell is that thing? Is it a ghost? Zao replied that it seems to be a spiritual body. The guy asked, male spiritual body? Can he explain what it is? As soon as Jiang started telling what a spiritual body was, the guy was immediately attacked. He managed to dodge in time. Using his heavenly fire sword, he cut the spirit body in half. The guy said, how annoying. These spirit bodies apparently automatically regenerate. Mo-fan realized it was time to show what he could do. The spiritual body began to attack back. The guy asked, what kind of attacks were these? We'll see a powerful explosion, he said, not badly. The shockwave was so strong that the guy fell off the cliff. Zhao told him to call for the Shistrogryph and have him pick the guy up. He couldn't float right now, he would just crash. Mo-fan replied that his ring is sealed. He can't activate it. A voice said that it was interesting. Zao asked, what is it? He said the voice sounded very much like a woman's voice, calling her Superwoman. The guy asked her to save him. He said, you stupid spiritual body pushed him there. Let the water with at least a hand. She replied that her name wasn't Superwoman, but Pearl. Before she rescued him, the girl offered to have a little chat. He had already realized that this was a spiritual body. There are special techniques against them. The guy said it's probably because he doesn't know them. Suddenly, he had a great idea. It's a news repository. All lifeless forms have the possibility of acquiring spiritual bodies. The spiritual body of a sword can only exist in a ball, and of a stone in a rock. A thing with a strong spirit is able to create a powerful spirit form. Ordinary forms of attacks are unable to harm them. The only way is to attack with spiritual attacks. The guy replied that he fought using spiritual powers, but they don't know anything about spiritual attacks. Could she help and teach him how to use them? Pearl asked, doesn't know anything about spiritual attacks? Then there's nothing left for the guy to do but emotionally attack the spiritual body. The spiritual body has not yet learned to speak. Let him talk to it and it will listen to him. And during the conversation the fellow will have to find the change on the Dawn Mountain. The guy asked how talking to him could help him in any way. Then he said, okay, don't worry about it, he had a plan. Called up Shustrov, the guy said he was back. Sure you didn't expect him to do that? He said that instead of emotionally affecting him with words, the guy was affecting him physically. She asked him to stop. He doesn't seem like a man who can't build his foundation in the usual way. Why does he keep attacking her? She is just a spiritual body with a pure yang spiritual core with 5 elements. The boy asked if it could transform a spirit body. Pearl replied that it must have merged its consciousness with the Dawn Mountain, and now they were one. The mountain changes every time the emotions of the spirit body change. She said that she was supposed to be used as a spiritual core, but nowadays everyone just wants to eat her to straighten out the core. The guy asked her to stop crying. He was really sorry. Mo-fan said that he was even reluctant to use it as a spiritual core for the body furnace. She asked, is it an unusual furnace for making pills? The guy didn't understand why she was crying now. The girl replied that being part of a bodily furnace was the best thing that could happen to a spiritual body like him. Apparently it cried with happiness. He yelled to stop crying. Since becoming part of the furnace was the best thing that could happen to him, why didn't he go with the guy? Mo Fan asked Pearl to give him his words. The girl replied that it said they wouldn't believe him until the guy quoted a chapter from the Taisyu book. He said he knew absolutely nothing about this book. Maybe the guy should go back and ask the master? Zao asked what if this book refers to the basic principles of alchemical furnaces. Except for the introductory chapter, all the rest are written in an ancient language. Master once said he found a page torn out of an ancient book. He said the furnace was a repository for the Golden Dan pills. The guy thought the suggestion was probably right. It's all karma. Thanks to him, the old men will get a bodily furnace. The furnace is the repository for the golden pill. The furnace is the center of a cultivator's body. The palace of the white tiger is full of pure yang spirit. Hence it is called the Palace of the Sun. 5 seals representing the 5 elements. If the pill maker is determined enough to place all 5 elements in their correct positions, they will successfully produce a pill. Seeing that the mountain was crumbling, the guy didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly a beautiful girl appeared before his eyes. Pearl said he was the first person in the world to see her human form. Thanks to him, she was free of the limitations that had held her back for 15 years. The guy said 15 years of restriction, who is she? The girl said she's a kind of spiritual pearl. Born by absorbing the purest moonlight in ancient times. The pure yang spiritual core of the 5 elements evolved into a spiritual body and gained intelligence about 5 years ago. The heavenly leaders foretold his birth, and therefore enjoined her to remain with him, in order to curb his rage and limit his movements. Having gained intelligence, the spiritual core was able to manipulate the Dawn Mountain and move its distance up to 500 miles a day. The guy said, and if it suddenly transported the mountain to the human world, there would be a catastrophe. Pearl replied that everything was all right now. Both of those things belonged to him now, which meant that she had finally completed her mission and was now free. The girl said that since he had heard her story, why didn't the guy show her the human world? Zao said that the pure spiritual core was very capable, and she must be even more capable since she was limiting him to such a time. Perhaps taking her along would be the right thing to do. She said the guy was very funny, and the place they were headed to should be interesting too. He replied that the thing was too damn cold. Let her keep her away from him. The guy asked how she was able to restrict the yang spiritual core. Because of her great strength, speed, or maybe she had more skills. I said none of that, but somehow she turned out to be more capable than he was. He told her that she'd better stay in the ring while traveling through the human world. Otherwise she might scare people. The boy said that when he got home, he had to buy her some clothes. Pearl replied that it was fun to scare people, by the way. Mo Fan said it was time for them to go home. The Sumeru ring now contained the entire Dawn Mountain. They need to separate their spiritual core from it. The guy said he brought the purest yang 5 elements spiritual core. He said he'd get it for Master. The man asked where did he get it from? Mo Fan replied to be careful, just don't let it hurt him. When he turned to the Master, he asked him if he remembered his promise. The man replied that of course, now that the boy had brought him the spiritual core, he would fulfill one of his wishes within the limits of his ability. Stand in front of the Master on his knee. He asked him to please make him a Yin-Yang Dan soul pill. Looking at him, the Master asked him if he was asking it for someone else. For whom? He replied that it was for a very important person. The guy said that he was very dear to him, that man never left him alone under any circumstances. He was like family to him. The Master said that's how it is. Then he said well, he would make him this pill. The boy asked if he was ready. The Master said yes. It's the best he could do. He'd created it from his memories, but it only had 7 streams of power. Mo Fan replied that that was enough. Master replied that there was something the guy didn't know. The reason why the pill recipe disappeared was because it was not fully completed. If a person lacked the ability, he might not be able to control the power of the pill, and would definitely face danger. The boy replied that it was the only way to save the person he cared for. The Master replied that it was no problem. Let him give the pill to that man, he could help and protect him. The boy said then he should rather go. Hitting him, the Master asked what kind of stupid student is this? Can't he see that the Master is tired? And even if the teacher goes right now, the guy can't go with him. A week ago, the alchemy department received a message. The Western Ocean Empire sent a couple of exchange students there. Let them get ready. The Western Ocean Empire is located in the west of the continent, near the ocean. It borders the Northern Wind Empire, and therefore cultural exchanges between the two empires are frequent. What's his business? Why does he have to stick around? Master replied that in the current 3 years, this is the first time the Academy has invited someone for a cultural exchange. Although it's not really an exchange, more like a competition. Afraid their average disciples would successfully lose to a candidate from the Western Ocean Empire. Even though the guy hadn't become an apprentice that long ago, he was already a representative of the alchemy department. He should practice and try to create a level 5 true nature fire before they arrived. The guy asked the genius student. He said thank you for having such a high opinion of him. Master thought that if Yin Lu hadn't asked him to leave, he wouldn't have gotten involved in all this trouble. The master replied that that was enough talk. He would help his man, and let the boy use the fire date bones for cultivation. Let him take them 3 times a day and 1 full bowl at lunch. He will have to eat all the bones from the box. Upon reaching the right place, the master asked who Martin Mo was. The boy's grandfather asked who he was. The man thought that it looked like the level 4 serene array didn't work. The man said he was his grandson's mentor. The elder said that thanks to the chapter, he was able to meet such a famous man. He can even fly and thinks he is above the divine level. If this man is really from the North Wind Academy, and flew there through the sky all the way, then he's at least at the spiritual summoning stage. The head thought that he could be at peace then, since his grandson was under the care of such a master. The man asked him to please help her. The master thought so. That means that this girl was the important person for him. The elder asked why no sound was heard from the girl. The treatment with this pill brings unbearable pain. The head said that it had been quite some time since she had taken the spiritual pill. There was an explosion so violent that all 3 men were thrown into the street. They didn't realize what was happening to the spiritual power. If this continues, the mansion will be destroyed. They decided they needed to stop the spread of spiritual power. The head didn't realize what it was. He asked if anything bad could happen to the girl after that pill. The elder replied that he didn't know, but probably the alchemist had set up the barrier for their safety. Master said the spiritual power was now under control, but when he first met her, she looked like an ordinary person. Then why did the spiritual channels on her forehead show through? As soon as the girl opened her eyes, many cuts appeared on the master's hand. She asked who is he? The man stood looking around in horror, not knowing what to do. The head said that they were just trying to cure the girl. What was it? The elder asked if the alchemist's barrier could protect them. Watching the girl wriggle in pain, the master thought it was a response. Or did the pill do that to her? A girl appeared before their eyes, floating in the air, wrapped in the wings of a bird. They did not understand what was happening to her.